Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back. Hello. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Cam working. Hopefully new cam don't freeze. Welcome. Hey. Welcome back. Welcome back to Ace Attorney 6. How you doing? It was clean. Hey, good. Yeah, I'm still gonna be messing with stuff, as you do. But hi, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We're gonna get started with case 3. Case 3. Give it up for case 3. It seems like 2 or 3 are usually the worst cases in each of these games, so we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I'm excited. But yeah, I picked up a different webcam. If it works out, I'll keep messing with this one. So far, so good. We'll see. But hopefully it doesn't freeze. Knock on wood. Is the audio out of sync? Bop, 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 bop. If it is, I can fuck with it after stream. I did a quick test and it seemed good to me, but maybe stream is weird. Looks fine to me. Good. Yeah, I picked up the Elgato webcam Mark II. Looks good. It takes bath. I'm waving. I did do a bunch of research into different webcams, and this one seems to be like it does 60 FPS, and the image is decent. And I realized that's what I just want, like a decent 60 FPS webcam, and a lot of them are like different bells and whistles and features, and like I just want one that can be nice and smooth, and I don't have to keep fucking with it every stream. So I can keep fucking with the color balance, hopefully. Again, the first webcam was freezing every 2 seconds. Second webcam was working, but I didn't like the picture quality, and it seemed like I could not really nail it to get what I want, and also the webcam itself was very fiddly. But that one was a USB-C port, so I was like, maybe the issue was USB-A. So this one is USB 3.0, but has a USB-A style jack. So it's going into a USB 3 port, but I'm like, so far so good. It hasn't frozen 2 seconds in a stream, but you know, we'll find out together. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing good. But let me get caught up with stuff so we can hop back into the game. I am enjoying it so far. It's always a fun time to play these games. Time Blue, if you have to, I know. I have been meaning to do a test stream, and I just haven't had the time yet. I was busy not getting any work done, and I finished the root trees are dead off stream. And I am glad I finished it, and I'm glad I didn't stream it. I know a lot of people wanted me to finish that game on stream. The second half of that game is much more difficult, and it would have been fine if I streamed it, but it definitely turned into a lot of me asking that rubber duck for hints to be like, here's this one random thread you didn't follow through on. I was like, that was important. So it's very good. Recommend the game. But yeah, that second half is a significant step up in complexity and like potential data to sift through. So it was a good way. It was a good way. I enjoyed it. I'm a first-time stream viewer. I want to know there's any friends. Thank you. Welcome. If it doesn't look bad, then I can work with that. But anyway, how long's the second part? I want to say it was maybe slightly shorter than the first half. I think overall they ask you to solve less, but most steps of it require a bit more reading between the lines, if that makes sense. So it's like not as many data points to put on the board, but you have to do a lot more legwork to nail each thing to the wall to be like, that is that and that connects to that. So the basic premise of part 2, I suppose it's not really a spoiler. If you don't want to know anything about root trees, then put your fingers in your ears. Basically it gives you the same starting point as part 1, but it goes, now figure out all the infidelity. So part 1, there's a lot of like very explicit, this person cheated on their spouse and this happened. And part 2 is literally like, here's the old part 1 wall. Underneath it is all these other smaller ones of like, okay, who slept with who? And then here's this like potential offspring cascade that came from that. So it's interesting. It's a very interesting way to build off of part 1, which is just like, what's the family tree? And you're like, oh, this family's messy. And then part 2 is like, yeah, it's messier than you thought. And they give you more information. It's not just keep going with the same internet. But what's cool is that it's 8 months later after the first part. So if you look up a bunch of resources on the internet, for example, in the game, it'll show you, like, basically there's like a Wayback Machine toggle to be like, here's what it was 8 months ago in first part, and here's what it is now. Based off of the research you did, now being public knowledge, a bunch of stuff has happened in 8 months. So it's compelling narratively. But yeah, in terms of like, okay, this person cheated. It's like, okay, yeah, I got bad vibes from this guy. What's really fascinating, and I'm not spoiling anything concrete in terms of if you play it for yourself, but there's a couple characters or just people on the family tree that show up in part 1 that are just like, okay, there they are. And then you move on and there's no real information about them. It's just like, oh, this was their slot in the family. Here's what they did. Moving on. And it's like they are the center of like 50,000 different controversies and issues and infighting and outfighting. It's just like, it's very well done. It's neat. You're like, oh, this guy that I didn't think twice about is sort of central to part 2. So it's very cool. I recommend picking it up, checking it out. If you watched my stream of part 1, you could very easily just fill everything on the board and just copy my board and then just skip to part 2. But yeah, it was good. No. Yeah, it was good. But anyway, I did check it on stream. And if you do the same thing as me and play it, I don't feel bad about using the hint button at all, because the hint is really good. The hint system just kind of clues you into like, here's what a lead you should follow through on. It's just more so than in part 1. Part 1 felt more like I was just kind of stumbling to stuff and I had too much data to work through. Part 2 rapidly turned into, I have a lot of information, but not enough to concretely put this stuff on the wall. And it was like, oh, you're supposed to search this thing in this periodical, and then that gives you the name of the thing to search. It's just like multiple layers deep to get to like the tiny grain of truth that actually is what you were looking for. It's still interesting, compelling, and good. It's just part 1 is more of just like the basic premise, and part 2 is, okay, now you gotta put on your sleuthing cap. But it was good. Let's check it out. The root trees are dead. I did a stream of it. I did the first half of the game, basically. There's a Steam guide telling you to go speedrunning part 1. Yeah, if you just want to get the speed to part 2, I'm sure there's guides out there. Anyway, let me get caught up with stuff and get back into the video game here. First of all, between streams, Bumble Bianca 39 months, Zanri with 68 months, Super Thingymabob, Dippy 4594, Odd Oddities, I Press Buttons, Daft Boy Trunk 73 months, Anonymous gifted a sub to Frostbite VT, and Marcus the Fisher. Thank you all. Between streams for sub and resub and gifting sub as well. All the thing you can do, I appreciate. Thinking about things, 15 months, thanks for the prime. Had to resub between streams to finish a VOD, adless, after going to sleep. Barry, it's only case 3. It's only case 3. It's only gonna get better. The Figment, thanks for the 5.5 years. Thanks for the prime. And Ellen Jamie, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the emotes. We got a bar perceive. Well, actually, we don't have. I mean, all the Phoenix emotes are on BTTV. But you can sub and then use BTTV and then be like, I didn't need a sub for this. I'm assuming, knowing nothing, case 1 was Phoenix, case 2 was Apollo. I'm assuming case 3 is back to Phoenix, but I guess we'll find out. We're gonna hop back into it. I have no expectations other than I'm probably gonna get upset about it. So let's go. Let's do it. I appreciate them and viewers and VOD watchers and all the above, Hime. I know a lot of, as a very brief tangent, I know that there's a number of streamers who have shifted to like anonymous things, like anonymous follows, anonymous all alerts. I mean, maybe subs aren't, but a lot of people do like anonymous stuff, and I'm like, I get that. I understand if you're mostly like a lurker, you don't have an account, and it's like being acknowledged by the streamer might be like, the TV's talking to me, but it's my way of showing my appreciation. So heck and dang it. Case 3's Gumshoe. Holy shit. If it cut to like, yep, another day, another dollar, and then it just showed a picture of Gumshoe, I would be so excited I would destroy my setup. Sisyphus, thank you. 23 months, thanks for streaming. My dad's having health problems and need distraction. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I hope everything's alright. Hope they bounce back. Hope you're doing alright. I hope what you are looking for in your heart of hearts right now is some gay lawyers? Question mark? We haven't seen Edgeworth yet. But I know he's in here. He can't hide from us for that long, can he? There we go. Oh, we're so back. I want to see old Gumshoe. Everyone's like a couple years older, and then Gumshoe just looks like he's aged 80 years. Oh, man. Anyway, here, over there. Yeah. Go. Pull me back. The right of turnabout. I haven't started the case yet, right? So it should just launch us in with the opening. The right. Yeah, right. That sounds like Kurain. If anyone missed the first 2 cases, good luck. I can't get you caught up. There's no... It's just... Everything's a mess. There we go. It's good. Hey, pal. I miss him so much.
Wakey, wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
The monkey has a skunky!
No, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, cool. It started typing out May, and I was like, Maya! May 9th, 3:30 p.m. Ah, another fine day in the kingdom of Kurain. The land where nothing bad happens. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but... Does he have no thoughts about what happened to Trucy? While I was... Okay. This place is really starting to grow on me. Today I realized I'm gayer than I thought, which is impressive considering I already know it's pretty gay, so that's neat. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing. Still, I'm having a great time, but yeah. Things are kind of a mess here. How's Winston doing? Is he good? Did he resign in disgrace? Yep. It sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya! Where is she? Her long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. I gotta kill a guy, Nick. Mr. Wright! Yeah! Piraki. I can't ever get that right. Hey, I'll be Happy Piraki. You might master the traditional greeting of Kurain. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing's paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Haha, yeah well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion's very important here in Kurain. Hats off to you guys, I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. Like burger. What makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? Yeah, I guess that already makes the prologue thing not canon. The prologue thing in part shows Maya's phone being destroyed. So and that's before he gets here, so okay. What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. We can't do Kira again. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's not canon. Why would they do whatever? It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. That's really something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly to establish the kingdom of Kurain. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? Nah, it's just I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Whew, dodged the bullet there. Oh, right. You're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the right with this. An English guidebook. Where'd you dig this up from? I found it lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. I mean, that is how libraries work, but that's not how libraries work. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See, there's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Cornelius Wright's written for tourists. Oh, look at it. Ooh, my badge. The high priest purifies both Kira and her dagger. The priestess looks like the thing we just saw in the cutscene. Staging area, full moon. There's only one full moon a year here. Curtain. Oh god, the thing in the bottom left reminded me of Earthbound. Pooh's ritual thing. The nightmare fuel part of the game. Well, I mean, if I say the nightmare fuel part of Earthbound, that doesn't really narrow it down that much. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. It's a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Next is the rite of water. The priestess enters the spring dressed as Kira. The high priest purifies Kira and her dagger. Ends the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. That's a lot of prayer. Basically, the whole thing's a fancy way for Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be her, haha. Phoenix, take a shower. Stinky. Miss Maya should already be at the site where the rite is to take place. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold, though. I think I can handle it. I'm no stranger to mountaintop whatevers. It's good. Missed out on lunch twice. It's Maya's notes at the end. Oh. I guess that makes more sense than... Wait, Maya, take a bath. It doesn't change anything. What are you doing? I should offer a prayer now and then since they're letting me stay here. May there be a slightly softer futon tonight. And may tomorrow's breakfast be a little bigger. Amen. I'm impressed by your prayerful heart. Prayer's at the heart of Korainism, after all. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Thanks. I feel kind of bad. I pray for Big Burger. What are those buildings over there? Those are the training halls. Monks continuously undergo rigorous training there, day in and day out. You could try it out for a day if you'd like. They do really interesting stuff, like meditating while standing on their heads. That's okay, thanks. On their heads? Now I've seen everything. This is a really gorgeous spring. You have an excellent eye for beauty, sir. This is the guiding waters, the centerpiece of our temple tour. It's a sacred pathway for people's mitama, so don't ever wade into it. Why? What would happen if I did? I don't think we should even be talking about this. Just don't go in it, okay? What's the worst that could happen? Well, we're okay for now, right? As long as we stay out of the water. It's people's souls in there, Nick. Don't do it. May the burger be big and the jail cell be cozy. Amen. There have been a lot more tourists this year than last. Then your tour guide business must be booming. It is. But I have more important things to do right now, namely helping you, Mr. Wright. I think I'll tip him a little extra for his help later. Let's head over to where the purification rite will be held. What sort of rite is it? We'd wind up missing a whole day of the rite if I were to explain it. In that case, I'll just go see it for myself. I mean, I read the pamphlet, it didn't take that long. Wait, hold on. I'm a lawyer. Wow, what a beautiful badge. It's the attorney's badge we use in my country. Kinda looks like a sunflower. Yep, and I'm pretty sure there's even a reason for it. Please do explain. Maybe next time. I should have known he asked me to explain. Feed the badge to the dog. Let the dog be the lawyer. There ain't no rules in the bar exam say a dog can't be a lawyer. Is this some sort of tourist souvenir? No. Oh. Sorry to be such a disappointment. Damn. Alright. Bye. To the plaza. Oh, yeah. Looks good. Not stock wind sound number 7. Brr, it's so cold. Like the air is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. Wrong button. Prosecutor Shadow. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted, right. Couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? You just don't get it, Nick. This, too, is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum. Whoa. Whoa. Bird. That's a huge bird. Whoa. I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are. After all, Korean is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Koreanese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. 15? From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. He's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story's gonna have to wait for another time, Albie. I should be here any minute. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Maya. Pardon me, oh noble traveler. There she is!
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
Who might you be? Maya?
There she is! She's out of her cell! Miss Maya, happy Rocky. Happy Rocky, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Thanks. Hee hee, long time no see, Nick. Yeah! Yes! We're so back. We're so back. Which means we're about 5 seconds away from being thrown in a jail cell. Did I wait, she's gonna take... She actually is gonna get imprisoned, isn't she? She's gonna be... There's the guy who was wearing the priestess robes, who stabbed 2 dudes. She's gonna be doing the rites. Something's gonna go wrong. It's inevitable. She can't escape it. Ugh. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you could say that again. Also, just the restraint to not bring her back until Ace Attorney 6. Like, I understand Shutsukumi being like, she's busy doing her stuff for 5, but then the new team took over for 5 and 6. And they're straight to not bring her back till 6. It's pretty good. It feels like, oh, like seeing an old friend. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium from Crane Village back home. A small medium at large. She was also my assistant for quite some time. But that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright & Co. law offices. Now she's here trained to be the leader of Crane Village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Crane channeling technique, you have to train here in Crane, since this is where the technique originated. That's my fourth wall monologue. Get out of it. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from the training I did. You've been here for how many years? And all you learned is how to sound vaguely like a nun. For 2 seconds. Haha, you haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. Check it out. Check it out. I got this back after being disbarred. Congrats on getting your badge back. Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Now you can go back to a life of bold-facedly bluffing the day away every day. That's not exactly why I returned to the courtroom, you know. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Why like a dog? That's mine! Well, it was just sitting there in the temple's library, so Albie sort of checked it out for me. Hope it comes in handy then. Oh, and by the way, the Maya Library of Guidebooks has a $2 a day donation policy. I guess Albie's entrepreneurial spirit is contagious. They also did a good job adapting her sprites to the 3D model. It's good. Hold on. I gotta tap on someone's butt real quick. Wow, no one's moved a muscle. Those people will stay in that position and pray for 2 days straight, Mr. Wright. 2 days straight! Glad I'm not them, and that I get to be Lady Kira. All I learned was bar bobble. Good. Maya, don't be rude. You just hang in there, Nick. It's only 2 days after all. I don't recall signing up for this part of the tour. You know what they say, when in Rome. Now I understand the saying, there's no place like home. Ho ho ho. She looks so odd in 3D. I think they did a good job with it. Enjoyed the VODs, Cookie. Thank you. I always said these are called prayer flags, and the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Your prayers fall on deaf ears. What a magnificent gate. You can tell it leads to someplace sacred, like the sanctum. Only holy people are allowed through there. And here I am, hoping to show you just how amazing I've become during the rite today. All that spiritual power I've built up during my training is going to rush out like a raging river. Yeah, just try not to overdo it, okay? Swift like a raging river. Well, see you later, Maya. Hey, what's up? Maya. I heard what happened. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused, but you should have seen Mr. Wright in action. He was amazing. Ha. I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. My life was literally on the line. It's gonna take me a while to recover from that. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch, definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So, I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power, TM? Yep, I've completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the high priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great. You bet. Just you watch, Nick. I'm gonna be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. I better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in flaming disaster, then. Don't mention fire. Fire's part of the rite. High priest's wife did it? Yep. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today, what exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. Oh, shit. Yeah. She's a real person who fought to establish the Kingdom of Korain a long, long time ago. So she actually existed. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep. But there's more to it than just her popularity this year. There's more. But wait, there's more. These are actual people. Bobby Fulbright, don't you dare. Why is this ride attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared, just like in the legends, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the revolutionary Dirk, too. So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace. I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first either. But there's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. Why is the T set blurry? Was that being moved? What's going on? Everything's in focus except for the table with is jiggly. It's very caffeinated. It's slightly vibrating. Sightings of her go back about 2 years, but this is the first actual picture for her to ever be taken. 2 years? And how long have you been here, Maya? 2 years? Okay, got it. Can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. Couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan, you know, like you, Maya? You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayers could take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? Do you think that, a Toby Hunter? Thanks for the prime. 8 months! That's long. That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. A spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. She's still got the face. Even in 3D, it's good. I've got a real office to run now, so I gotta keep it real, right?
I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me.
You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown real dull. There's even one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been seen spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know? I can't believe you really buy all that, although I wonder who's under that robe. May the 9th be with you. Mr. Wright! She's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Ha 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 ha. Wow, Nick. It's kind of fucked up. Come on, Maya. Just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already. Press X to doubt? Come on, just admit it's you. Staring straight at the camera. He. I guess the jig is up. What do you mean? What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hiya! Ow! Mr. Wright! Just kidding. Damn it. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the right today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook she just threw. And jab. And jab. And 1-2. You were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? I'm that naive. Well, I hope you enjoyed playing superhero at the right today. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Jangle? Jangle? Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going. His footsteps? During the rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, see you later. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya. Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not. It's Acolyte Zealot. Acolyte Zealot? No, Zealot. Oh, that's the guy whose butt I poked. He's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest, Abbot Inmi. And it lives and trains at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I can never do that. It's Abbot Inmi. The purification rite is about to begin. Aang? Correct. So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. Looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Those bells on the High Priest's ankles. Would you look at them feet? They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. And the bells, too. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. These jingle grippies. Let's see. First I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Youch! Great, now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? I love that movie. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so. Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! He died. Good thing Maya's here to channel his spirit in court. Mr. Wright, please, you have to get up. Oh, my aching. Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. I guess I passed out from that back pain. Yeah, you gotta stay limber. They must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible's happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested. It's been 5 seconds. It's just like old times. We're so back. I thought there was gonna be like the cutscene showing the Wright and they're doing all these things, and then police show up, and then she does nope, off screen. By the way, don't worry, she's fine. She's comfy. They have a cell block dedicated to her. It's got her name on it. What? Nice. We won't get much use. Yep. It just keeps paying off. 8 a.m. May 10th. There's a poll? A poll for what? Will Maya be the defendant, yes or no? I'm gonna refund your points. I think we know the answer already. Thank you. Huff puff. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, all right? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong this time. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go. Maya. Nick, I didn't kill him. I swear I did not. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer. Emma? Emma Sky? What's she doing in Crane? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. We're placing Maya under arrest. We? How big is this operation? She's not hard to find. What is... all right, take her down to the station, but with respect. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Nick! So... what's new? What are you doing in Crane, Emma? Not at all, just... it's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Crane, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story. We can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? Emma. Congrats on your return to the legal world. Thanks. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I never had the chance. Thanks, Emma. And congratulations to you, too, on becoming a forensic investigator. Thanks. Oh, I know. Let's celebrate by dusting your attorney's badge for prints. How about we do a luminol test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. It's been ages since you presented evidence to me. Remember when we worked that one case together? I seem to recall a thin layer of fingerprint powder on every piece of evidence then. Well, I guess they get that way from time to time now, too. As enthusiastic as ever, huh? But the paper. Yeah, good. We'll have a newspaper. What happened? Wow, your thing's covered in blood. I can explain? What happened? Please, tell me everything you can. Basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. Were we passed out for an entire day? Did we miss the rite? Maybe they didn't have the animation budget to show this big, long, dramatic rite ritual. Well, we'll probably see in court what happened. I don't know. Ammo's replacement Mine 1-5. Yeah. The case that they added for the DS release. Did that get released in Japan at any point? Or no, it was ported to the DS in Japan as well, right? So it was part of the new, like, hey, here's a reason to buy the DS version. You can tap on the screen and dust for prints. Gotcha. Whereas we never got the GBA version in the States. So, the victim is trust in me. I don't want to read the line. Trust in me, the high priest who was presiding over the rite. Yep. He's the inventor of the Trust Fall. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. Listen, once you're, oh, he's not here. However old Nick, he's like 30, like 32. You know, it happens. Mood. That's just being, I never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb, better take care of it. Son. Mid 35? Imagine being 35. I say as a 35-year-old. The murder took place in the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. In Japan, here's the inner sanctum. But only holy people are allowed in there. It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. Mm-hmm. Remember when Wendy was the stupidest pun? What a time. Come a long way since then. That's why everyone's offering their prayers in that direction. Abbott and me and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer you fainted in the middle of. Also, this song is a jam. Who do you think killed the high priest? Unfortunately, Maya's our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then only the high priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred? Right. Plus, the inner sanctum's on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. That's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza the high priest was dead. And she made a police statement to that effect. She was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. It's probably a self-report. She did it. That makes it even less likely someone else was there at the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yeah, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who would have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? I mean, it's Ace Attorney. I always suspect everything. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to see the moment of the death. It's not like we're gonna see Maya holding a knife being like, I'm gonna stab you, and then stab, stab, stab. It's not like we're gonna see that in the pool of water. Tell me about it. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial. Where the divination seance determines all and defense lawyers are unwelcome. To put it mildly. Understand the concept of Maya, bonk. Understand, Emma. The ending of The Shining, but it's Maya. So what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Ukraine. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world, so maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor's taking a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder. He's calm and kind and always has a smile on his face, but it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case? Yeah, he is. I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one, too? Yeah, Prosecutor Sadmati's already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmati? Polkunka! You know him, Albie? Of course, everyone in Korean does. He's a highly revered individual as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Sadmati, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Right, sorry. A prosecutor is also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial's shaping up to be even more uniquely Koreanese than the last. It's always the dark age of the law. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I better give it everything I've got. If Apollo got him, he'll be fine. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Samani mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? You sure you aren't gonna get in trouble for helping the enemy? Yeah. He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Salamani sounds pretty strict. First things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's the High Priest's autopsy report. He was stabbed. Sure, makes sense. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon's believed to be Lady Kira's war bad dagger. Okay. It's used during the rite, however, the dagger is yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Chat, the brain cells are already leaving my brain. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior takes on evil with a dagger? Right, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, remember. What's it good for? Absolutely stabbing. Say it again. The strong bad dagger. Isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Replica warbad. Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable defense. All right, then. I don't think she has the right to let us in. I don't think it's up to her. Okay, she's gonna explain the situation to stop minding the police. Thanks. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh, no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum's off limits for you, huh? No, well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they gonna go home? The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. Doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? So no one's moved, huh? Including this guy who was specifically pointed out and wearing different colored clothes? The airbender? He has not moved? Acolyte Zealot is really in the zone. Oh, you mean that monk who's been living at the victim's home? Yeah, he hasn't moved a muscle, even though his teacher has been murdered. Guess he's so deep in prayer he's not aware of what's going on around him. Uh-huh. A likely story. That's Library? No. That's just a different guy they pointed out. That's a befitting gate for the path to the inner sanctum. It's apparently considered a sacred object to the people of Kurain. I wasn't even allowed to dust it for prints. Even applying a little fingerprint dust to it would be sacrilegious, huh? I guess so. But I applied some luminol in it instead when no one was looking. Sounds like an invitation for the Holy Mother to strike you down later, Emma. Hiya! With a spinning bird kick. Even with the murder, all these people are still here praying. They're so into it, they wouldn't notice anything you did to them. You mean like taking their fingerprints? Huh? Oh, who would ever do something like that? Emma, you didn't. You didn't. Emma! 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 What was... 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. On May 10th. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep blow on the women, being inflicted by the war bad dagger used in the rite. This is Chun-Li's village? It's true. Doot. Alright. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm sad they don't have something resembling the security camera in the corner. Just like a wall decoration. Looks like Maya's still being questioned. She's not in here yet. I'll have to come back again later. And the bell. There's a bell here. I wonder if it's for calling the guard. Jingle, jingle. Don't do that unless you need something, you lawyer. Sorry. Didn't even get to say anything. Does he, it looks like his lapel has, no, his lapel, his little pin. He's got like a Dorito chip. Why does that guard keep eyeballing me? I can't let him get to me. I can't let him get to me. Oh, he's doing it again. Hitting you with that side eye. What are you doing? Stop poking things. May 10th. Inner Sanctum. Whoa, 3D, whoa. Whoa. Neat, whoa. What's going on? Brr. It's really high up and really, really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. He sang all this out loud at the scene of a crime. There's still blood on a statue. Who's that? Kind of looks like. What's that? What's this? What's those? What's over there? Butterfly. What's that? What's that? What's these? What's that? Hello. Excuse me? Ugh. She teleported. It's you. Do you even know where you are, barbed head? Of course I do. I was looking for the restroom. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Cryanism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. I'm not unscrupulous. I got so many scruples. Quiet! You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. She's still sore about that. I mean, can you blame her? Probably. Why do you keep looking away? I was thinking about investigating the crime scene. Well, you can do so later. You're speaking with me right now. As you wish, princess. Investigation will have to wait till she's done talking at me. Hey, I'm a lawyer. What is that badge you bear? It's a sunflower. They're quite popular in my country. He's just... Has he ever lied about what his badge is before? It is rather cute, I must say. Actually, it's just my attorney's badge. Oh, so you mean it would have actually been worth more as a cheap accessory? My profession's worth more than $1.20, you know. That is a book from your land, is it not? Yeah, it's a guidebook about Kurain that was written by people back home. Oh, so there are people in your land who know of our fair kingdom. Then I imagine it must say something about me in there, correct? Actually, yes. It says the dance of devotion is performed by an adorable little princess. How dare they write of me as though I were a child? Hey, I'm just reading what it says. She does seem secretly pleased. Does Wright remind everyone else of Franziska? Honestly, not really. Other than her just being kind of standoffish, but something. You are a child. Court record jingle. Attorney badge price updated. Adama for your thoughts? Phoenix is adapting so well. Get that thing away from me. I'll put it away then. Who told you to put it away? How am I to inspect you if you do that? Keep it out, put it away. I wish she'd make up her mind. What a dreadful way to die. Did you know the High Priest, your benevolence? Yes, obviously. He was a pious priest of Korainism. As such, he had the trust of the entire kingdom. The entire kingdom, really? Yes, but what do you know of faith and trust, you who can never hope to match his virtue? It's like comparing the moon to a pebble, or the sea to a puddle. Had this suddenly become a game of pin to diss on the lawyer? Diss him. Feels lazy to call it Korainism. Kinda. I don't know. I don't really mind it. If they called it something else, like I don't know, Holy Motherism. I don't know what it would be. It might just be more distracting reading it, being like, what? Right. I mean, it's fine. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate, but we know the killer is one of your own. Borgerism. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she's a serious student of spirits channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. Innocent proven guilty. Yeah, that doesn't. Innocent to proven guilty is definitely not true of Ace Attorney. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene. I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. I mean, based on... it's fine. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway? My mother and father. Why is she so proud of it? Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? Yeah? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple. I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Oh ho. Hehehe. I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that Clinton or I? What is your idea? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this moida, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally. We teaming up? Unlikely detective duo. At it again. What? You want to follow me around the entire time? Of course, not that I want to, mind you, Babaka. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? She can't do this to me. What was that, Barbed Head? No, it's nothing. Very well, then. Let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbed Head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khurain. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. But no. Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune, but this time my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer. I will. Now can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. I better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Could you tell me about this place, your benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? You ill-mannered! I am the crown princess of Khurain! There's nothing I do not know. Nina. Well, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating. Whoop. Silence, Barbed Head. Naina's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she, your pocket internet? This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle, and today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage for the next battle. I see, thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? The family? Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbot and me lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Pure Zealot. Pure Zealot? Pure Zealot. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Oh, praise a lot. Praise a lot. Maybe he just sets the blender to puree all the time. and then the blended. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near their kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in as she saw it as a chance to slay the high priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't she stand in for the high priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descended of her holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the high priest's wife and acolyte zealot later too. Alright, time to poke around. Poke, poke, poke. Whoa, neat. What an amazing wall paintings. This is Lady Kira. Puree Zealot versus Rue Evangelist. Boy, those rock textures on the left and right are really crunchy. Did you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Koreanese. It is a mark of resolve to fight in the end. Fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. He's just off to the side fabricating evidence. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence, so did the high priest. The high priest's marks of those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Koreanist clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? No, it's not at all like that. Let me write that down. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger. The very same one used in the rite. It is made to resemble a warbird. A warbird. The bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after. That dagger's the weapon that took the high priest's life. We saw one of those birds when we first got here. Yeah, they had the plumage. That dagger's the weapon that took the high priest's life. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. I get the feeling she's gonna be super relevant to this case. I should ask the princess for more details later. What's this say? Warbird? Warbird. Warbird. I just think it's warbad. This mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. Yeah? A prison way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. Bird is pronounced Bod in Japanese. Yeah, but if that was what the localizations were doing, I don't know. I am feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. It says Eat at Joe's, the sponsor of this year's rite. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. I better spin around. It's a lantern. Huh? And it's still lit. Of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. Well, don't look to the left. So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I better keep my distance just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night, right? The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touch. I wasn't gonna. I'm gonna touch it maybe a little bit. Maybe just a small regular amount of messing with the scene of the crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Oh, Wow! This is blood! So this is what blood is. This is a statue of a warbird, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. I assure you, it's most definitely based. And all of this blood is from the high priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. There's no way Maya could be strong enough to deliver such a blow. A warbob. What's the penalty for extinguishing the moon? It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. Does that mean the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper's the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Unless... Cats 2019, how dare you. Isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, holy mother, Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile, this is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck's it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough. If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That foul murderer shall not get away with this. It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. Even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This robe kind of smells. How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that? I mean, it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. If this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. Is he not going to have that scent when we view his last memories in court? Nice save. A blood-stained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. It's written in Koreanese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is impossible to read. Wait. What is it? This stamp in the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. The rebels? What's it doing here? Some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Looks like that about does it for this area. Wow. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out from this angle. Okay. What about this? What's going on with the snow pattern there, huh? Strange. Huh? There's something hanging off the ritual curtain up there. Meow. Wow. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza Devotion. Except they're arranged like no prayer flags I've ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner. There is something written on a piece of it. Donated by Trust in Me. Seems this piece is from a donation Abbott in Me made at some point. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. That's a rock. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Hup. What an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry. I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum's just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. Did someone hang glide over here? I guess that confirms the stairs from the Plaza Devotion are the only way up here. Good. I think I better go take a closer look. I had to get it from this angle. All right. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. Yeah. This lantern's damaged. The wind guard's completely broken. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request to be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. The snow has obviously been cleared away here and the lantern's broken. Still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. I should snap one of this area here, just in case. You know, just in case. Nothing else particularly interesting here. What else? What else do I need to look at? Did I miss something? Have a good snooze. I gotta go to the 1 hour photo in town. Oh. I did look at the chalk buddy. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. The inner sanctum's like her private bathroom. Indeed, so see to it that you keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as the ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. Eek! And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, and now that I can see all the way down. I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. Oh. It's a statue of a bird. I'll take a closer look at it. From this angle. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? No. This statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. Okay. Is there anything else from here? Or from here? Or from here? Was that everything? I've already searched Universe. Okay, got everything. Good. Could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened, you need but ask. Nina? Nina? Whis. Zoop. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. Oh. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face, as her sister did. Just like Batman. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we've been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. Hey, Strider. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by that insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbird. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Kirain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I've yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. A true patriot. So even Princess Rafa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? Huh? That about does it for the inner sanctum. I should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. See you later. Just roll down the stairs. Wow, they're still praying. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Well, I will say this level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now to find Emma.
You there, wait. I want to ask you something.
Okay.
Do you know me, and do I know you?
Well, I'm Phoenix, Wright. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, no! I want to know if you know who I am.
Huh? How should I know? I've never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. Wonder if he has amnesia or something. Yeah, this music. I should talk to him a little more just in case he's connected to the case somehow.
My head.
Are you okay? Did he remember something?
My head is so itchy.
Ha 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 ha! What is with this guy? Are you having trouble remembering who you are?
I'm sorry if I offended you.
Lizards, huh? I thought I was gonna pull a weapon on me. You can never have enough pocket lizards for a nice little snack. He's just pulling some snacks out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do.
I know it's something important.
Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head?
No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira?
Do you know of Lady Kira? Then you are Kirainese, I take it.
Maybe.
Wait, are those lizards he's eating?
Why, you want one?
No, thanks. I just ate.
Now I remember. Get a load of this. Well?
Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss.
No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else.
So who was that man, and what did he want, Barbed Head?
I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright! What now?
Oh.
What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I?
No, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I want to tell you I investigated the crime scene. Hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved. Oh, it's fine. Sadmati gave his okay straight away. He seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. He said that you'd probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. And that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do.
He must be feeling really confident about his case.
Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Is it lizards? I want to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This might come in handy. Also made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks. All this will definitely come in handy. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder. How did that much blood get on the statue? I'll keep this along with the picture I took at the crime scene. How they do the chalk outline? They did chalk in water. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah! They're done questioning Maya. Really? I should go pay her a visit. Poor Maya. She must be feeling pretty lonely. Or nostalgic. I should let her know I'll be defending her too. Oh shoot, look at the time. I have to get going. You sure seem busy. That's because his ephemeral holiness is a real slave driver. His ephemeral holiness? Prosecutor Sadmati. He's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type thing, you know? Like he'll ask the most insane things to me without batting a single long eyelash of his. This prosecutor Sadmati sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout. Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fop, and now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no, now I'm gonna be late. They'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. See you later. He makes her listen to sutras. Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too. She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sadmati's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion.
I don't think that's what the problem is here.
Besides, Emma's not even a Koreanist. Any ideas? That man we just met, he seemed quite sus to me. Don't tell me he's an acquaintance of yours. Not everyone who's suspicious is friends with a lawyer, or vice versa, you know. For example, I have many upstanding friends and acquaintances, like a chief prosecutor. Wink. Well, as long as your friends are free from the taint of corruption. Well, I don't know if I would describe Edgeworth. He's not entirely free of taint, you know. And not everything's about good and evil. What to do? Are you going to speak with that woman? If you mean Maya, then yes. There's something I need to talk to her about. Something like a jailbreak? No, she likes it in there. How exactly could we do that with you and a guard watching us like hawks? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's worth presenting any of this to her. Adama? For your thoughts? Yeah, that's all I got. How dare you, Vasari? How dare you? How dare you? Tainted with unnecessary feelings. She's back! Chat, we're so back. It's like we never left. Nick, I knew you'd come. Maya, she sure looks tired. How you holding up? Wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who'd have thought you'd get caught up in something like this and so far from home? Same as it ever was. But I'm gonna defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. Dot 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 dot. This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Korean just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happened. I haven't seen her this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you're talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. Ha! Yeah. But think about it in a different way. Isn't this nostalgic? Oh, you're right. And then she smiled. And you save me each and every time. Uh-huh. Yep, so just tell me everything you can and let's go from there. Barbed head, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she's the murderer, therefore it's time for a confession. Your benevolence? What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now out with it. Confess to your crime. Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or 3? Maya, please tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. I'm an attorney. Oh, hey. Congrats on getting your badge back. Yeah, thanks. Okay, anyway, hi. The incident. Maybe she's an extremely prolific serial killer if Phoenix keeps getting her off. Yeah, I know. That's the likeliest scenario. I did not kill the high priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abedin Me was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him. It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Koreanese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. It's like they were a family and home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort, what with being here for training all alone. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. Yeah. So what do you mean, you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. Next thing I knew, he was, you know. You suddenly got sleepy? So then you didn't actually see the high priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but if I was possessed by some crazy spirit while I was asleep, then... What an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Be honest, what you call training is but an extended vacation in reality, and that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's not like that at all. If the Korean channeling technique originated in Korean, the country, surely they've had a case of a spirit committing a moide, right? Right? Surely that's not far-fetched here of all places. I'm trained to become a master of the Korean channeling technique. It's addressed later, fair enough. A neophyte practitioner such as you became a channeling master? No one's supposed to be able to do it? Really? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafa seems to really hate fakers. Well, Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Rafa know. Your benevolence, I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can already wait, Nick. Can you examine things here now Maya's here? Oh, yeah, I can. Thank you. What? Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. Okay, that's interesting. Keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Nothing really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa's not around. I almost forgot. Nick. Yeah. About Abbott and me's murder. There was something I noticed I thought strange. Oh? But first, let's take a guess the game is coming out. It's been 80 years, I don't remember. But I would think, based off what I remember, which is spotty at best. I guess he's the same as different. That it should be more common knowledge here, but I guess not. We'll learn about it. A guard will come running if you ring that bell there. Really? Let's put that to the test, shall we? But they got really mad last time when I rang it for no reason. You could have told me that before I rang it. Imagine ringing a bell for no reason. I would never. So what was it you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring. The spring. You mean the pool in front of the Warbod statue? Yeah, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that. Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned it red. What? No, that's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red even before the High Priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes, anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off the water. I don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Maybe they were using the spring to make jello. And it was interrupted. Nick! Yes. So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence like she's worried what Rafa will think. One more thing. So they could walk on water. There's something I want to show you. There is? I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Why did the police not take this from you? This a letter in Koreanese. See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar? Yeah, too. Yeah, too. This red stamp here, that's the mark of Lady Kira. Right. Looks just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why, this is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning, Lady Kira. That sounds like a threat or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, too. Nick, do you think... Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now, there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbot dagger being eyed as the murder weapon. Don't tell me. That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills thinking about it. These probably twins. I bet Lady Kira's spear possessed the sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. I'm gonna keep it real from now on, and you should too, Nick. I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have. No, it was a ladder. I think you mean ladder, but yeah, baby. Oh, okay, keeping it real. So, what do you mean by keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone's dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Is case with triplets or quadruplets? Ooh, quintuplets. Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbot Amy was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop! Whoa! Language! The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the high priest. I think Rafa's the vigilante. I don't have any evidence to back that up. It's just that the thing that just clicked in my mind is not just her being like it could never be her, but also repeatedly stressing that the high priestess cannot be. They can't like there's something. Whatever the exact quote was about. They can't wear the cloak and get all bloody and battle. Can't enter battle. She's like 14. Yeah, that's why it doesn't really make sense, but nothing makes sense. You gotta think stupid, remember? Cannot do a violence. Yeah, so maybe she's the one. She got 5 punch kills. We don't know that she doesn't. I'm not saying 100% this is true. It's a theory. Maybe it's the advisor lady that always slides in. She moves very fast. Maybe it's the advisor. Maybe it's the impa to the Zelda. Such a patriot would never slay the high priest. I guess it's only natural for Rafa to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. They could be two different people. Still, if this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the high priest after he ignored their warning. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. I don't know how to read. You're trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. I'd never do such a thing. Now, your benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Here. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid it would anger everybody needlessly, so I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. Judging by her benevolence's reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Wait, what are those? There's a number of places on this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Little 3-bladed dagger. Are these supposed to be some sort of a message too? Not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. It was stapled to the wall. Burger fork. All right, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yep, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time.
What are you talking about?
It's just, they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Crane, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Maya, thanks for thinking of me, but don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, True, but I've been through one trial here already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. We're gonna win this one, no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. We've always won because of your faith in me. That's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Choo-choo. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Boop. No crossfade, just gone. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're gonna beat this charge, you'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Of course I know. Do not presume to know what I do not know. I'm no close to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead. But given the use of the War Ba'ad dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I'd say the Rebel Hunter disguised as Lady Kira is the real prime sus. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. Wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is to go someplace where locals like to gather. That woman you call Maya Fey is not to be trusted. I hear she's already 20...
Look, my name is
3!
I am a gentleman. I wrote these puzzles to everyone. And my hands are sticky. But for 1 hit coin, I'll say the answer's 3.
Another puzzle solved.
Thank you for the hammy smash, Matt. Today's the 2-year anniversary of Pizza Tower. Pizza? Get yourself 3 slices of pizza. For the 3. She's already 28. Maya's 28, and yet she is still as antsy as a maiden in her teens. 28? Surely she must be hiding something. No one's that old. Actually, that's just Maya being Maya. What if Maya had pizza? Burger pizza? What next? Let me think. I know. Dare I ask? Admit the accused's guilt so we can go straight to the inevitable guilty verdict. That will solve everything. Why did I even ask? I think I'll just keep on investigating. I like that she's antagonistic, but not in, like, an awful way. Like, I don't know. She's not my favorite, but, like, I've complained about antagonistic partners in other games where they're just kind of always sassing you and belittling you. This, she's just like, I don't know, she's like a sheltered child, and she's just like, well, you're gonna be guilty, so why bother? Like, I don't know. It's kind of fun. She's just a spoiled little kid. Anti-Maya, yeah. Let's go to the bazaar. How bizarre. Yeah, there's that bird. She's trying to be all shy. Well, yeah, that's part of her character. Which makes her seem more immature, right? I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now, who should I? Teenager, therefore automatically awful. I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is. Consulting your pocket internet again, I see. Mr. Wright! That sounds like... Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Polkunka, your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers, you... Are you not the accused from the last trial? What's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide, your benevolence. Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. I wish you'd stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Well, please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man. And I trust him as a lawyer. Huh? What's this? I'm sorry, forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, do you not remember his trial? This isn't some random kid. It can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Ooh, she became a ghost. Mr. Wright, her benevolence is sunk into the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Boy, the bird. Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbird. It's only found here in Kurain. Right, the bird Lady Kira based herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it. They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It could even make some adults collapse in fear. Technically, she's right. If he died, he'd never believe in lawyers. It's true. Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. What's its cry sound like? I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. Too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. The dog did it? Don't you dare talk about Shadow that way. Shadow's innocent. I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. Oh my god, you can't show up empty-handed for Trucy. The gate to Temple. Whoa. And at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them's making my back ache. Oh, my aching back. Hey, Albie, what's this cow-like animal? It's a yak. Have you not ever heard of a yak? They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives. Interesting. He's writing down in his notes, cow. Hey, they're kind of cute up close. Oh, and they also prize for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night. Oh, partner must mean something else here. Oh no. Don't got yaks in Japan for? Yeah, they sure do. They're a nuisance, always getting into the way during rush hour. This is a really popular bun shop in Kurain. They even sell Magataman. Let's see, 1 Magataman, 15 damas. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for 20 damas a piece? The extra 5 is the service fee. He's quite the shrewd businessman. Whoop. It's a poster. Looks like some kind of Kurainese superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same, regardless of where they come from? It's no Steel Samurai, though. That's a lot of nuts! Look at all these vegetables. Sorry, look at all those vegetables. Let's see, there's Gyapam, Konuro, and Zabaz. And they're all freshly picked this morning. Never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat. Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and ooh, this too. Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? But this is barely enough for a side dish. I hope I brought enough money. Oh. A manhole? I guess they have a sewer system here in Kurain. What am I thinking? Of course they do. That was ignorant of me. Oh my god. That really got me. Okay. That's everything. Okay, the Rebel Hunter. So what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. So they're treating this Rebel Hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, what with that jailbreak and stuff. Sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Yeah, he was on one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. So there's a hardened criminal on the loose. That is bad news. But the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big, scary rebels all by herself. It's not exactly something just anyone can do. Someone that strong could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. And what about that escaped prisoner? What about him? What's he supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man. Every time this specific shot just feels like you finished a single-player challenge in Street Fighter. It just feels like, haha, see what you can do next round. I don't know. Isn't the leader of the rebel group? The escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. Like a Fire Emblem, like a Dynasty Warriors, like a lot of things. They say the prisoner is a former soldier and that he wields a big scary knife. Rumor has that he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. A boot killer? He sounds like a really dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him, even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. On the top of the mountain. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. Wait, is that... wait, did they lock someone up there and then they... Okay. A prison way up there. The prison's at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How'd he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I'd like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might have happened again. Terrible incident? Tell me more. What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It's not that they put the prison there. I think the original Lady Kira put together a prison up there. The question is, why are they still using it? And if no one else other than holy priestesses are allowed up there? Anyway, it happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. What? And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Oh, it was the terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen. Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like God-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those defiant dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next? You tell him, Shadow. Thank you, chat. That's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escapee, and why they want the rebel hunter to take him out along with the other rebels. So anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter, Lady Kira, Albie? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh yeah, here. What is, oh, it's got three prongs, huh? Shadow found it. Why, that's the Warbot arrow. Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the crown princess of Khura'in. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. The three-pronged arrow. I could swear I've seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. But where? And why? And when's dinner? Where did Shadow find it? Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Immy's house. Near the victim's house. Something tells me I better look into this. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Of course. Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. I should probably talk to her too. Maybe she done it. The pregnant lady is the least likely suspect. Therefore, the most likely to have done it made So this is where the high priest lived. Wait a minute. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the high priest's wife. Hey, what's going on? What if I, root around in here? Well, see you later. Excuse me? Yes? Her name is Believe. I'm sorry, that's really funny. May I help you? I was hoping to speak with the high priest's wife. Are you her? I gotta believe. Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe. Or believe in me. Oh my, your benevolence. Please be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us. Yes, what's that? Oh, of course. He. She's talking with his funeral picture. No! No! My husband, too, is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot in me? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. I want to play video games. Later, husband. I want to play on Nintendo Switch 2. We don't have that yet. Switch 2! She's definitely speaking with him. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. You gotta believe. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then, you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? From the great state of Japanifornia. Home of the burger ramen made burger. These games do anything better in my opinion? They're different. I'm trying to think. I mean, what they having not played the 3DS versions, I did buy the 3DS versions when they went on sale for like $1. It was like $2 each before the 3DS shut down. But then I decided to stream it on PC because it's way easier. I like the 3D scenes. I like being able to move around the scene. They've done some good stuff with that, so it makes the investigation more compelling. But generally, it's like these games are fundamentally visual novels with extra steps. So I'm not expecting like big leaps from game to game. It's more about like each individual game's tone and character and story and the actual cases and what they have you do. And every game in the series has its highs and lows. So I've enjoyed every game in the series so far. So I can't really say like, oh, these ones are significantly different, but it's good. Anyway, that's right. I'm sorry, I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. The 15 FPS fire back there? Holy shit. I was like, 15 FPS? Wow. Yeah, no, that really is like 2 FPS fire. Abedinmi and his wife are one of the closest and most loving couples in Khurain. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It'd be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now. But I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the Warbot arrow that'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to leave her just yet. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Barbed head, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please let me talk to my husband about this. Yes, I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. Oh, what the heck were they even talking about? Last time I saw a TV with a turning knob like that. It's been a long... Even the CRTs that we had when I was growing up didn't have knobs like that. So, it's been a long time. Like, I have seen TVs that look like that, but... Yeah, not very common. You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Miss Inmi. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do. But I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind? Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. I should watch what I touch then, just in case Rafa gets mad at me. Nah, I'll be fine. It's elementary school. Yeah, but it's like even the TVs in school are like the old... They'd wheel out the AV cart with a TV on it and a VCR. Even those had just normal buttons on them. I feel like that kind of TV became pretty outdated in like the 80s. Where you had actually just a little turning knob for the channel. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna start grabbing stuff. I've got peanut butter on my fingers. I'm gonna touch everything in here. What a magnificent altar. I grew up with not a TV in a wood frame. Put a new in the 90s on top of it. You put the new TV on top of the old one? That's great. Of course it's magnificent. It's for the Holy Mother, after all. Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence. How do you not know who her holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Zone this instant? Oh, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are despised. Now listen well. Depicting her holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Khurainism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that includes the members of the royal family. Now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret even the royal family can't know what she looks like. It's not a secret. Wow, what a secret. I don't think that's the point. But okay. Okay, Nick. Who's Lady Amidala in the back there? Isn't that the Justice Minister? Who's the woman in the picture next to him? She looks important. Could she be the Queen of Khurain? There's the Queen. This looks like a wastebasket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like these before? Scrounging around other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, I got a job to do. It says to the High Priest. You cannot even read? You are even more pitiful than I thought. Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Chinese before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the High Priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I better hang on to it. There's no return address. Yes, correct. Oh boy, what's this scary-looking spiky thing? It's a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Korean who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? It looks like a torture device to me. I thought it was candles. For a birthday cake. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's a rebel. That's a rebel. That's Howie Ball? What's his name? That's a rebel. That's a rebel? That's even dumber than I thought. I like That's Howie Ball. That's a rebel. Senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a blah, blah, blah. I can't. I wasn't prepared for his name to be That's a Rebel. Foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous. He's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. That's horrible at first read. Yeah, I was like, so far away. Is something wrong? The bounty's 3 million damas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude! Naina has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value their people come to ruin. As crown princess, it's only natural I care for my people. How about sending some of that kindness this way? Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and paid taxes to our kingdom, that is. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Looks like an angry Apollo. When it was on the table, I was like, is that Apollo? This looks like some kind of checkers or chess. You mean to say you have never heard of Kachu Demal? Is it Pokemon? I have heard people describe it as Chinese chess. That's our boy. That's our boy. Names are good in DGS investigations too. I don't know what the hell they were spoken when they localized this. It's good is what it is. It's just... Every name hits me in the face with a sledgehammer. 2 players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Kachu Demal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? Sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. That sounds neat. Whoa, is that the Steel Samurai? There's a Steel Samurai patch on this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. Maya's bag. Is this a piece of art or some sort? What a beautiful orb. Is something the matter? Barbed head, take 1 step back. Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes, your dismal reflection. It was ruining the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that? Your benevolence? It's mean. Even for you. A poster of the mountains? Wow, so nice of them to list the relative heights of the 2 nearby peaks. The Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Korean. And I see they've even included Mount Pony Pony in that poster. Mount Pony Pony, now the smaller peak to the left. Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive such beauty. That's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. And what about like the trigger? Now, how far can you hang glide perchance? Based off of a cool, nice even wind, not a lot of wind. What's the descent over the amount of distance? Could you make that with a big jump? Could you do a real big jump? What have I not looked at? Oh, the TV! This just in. The news. It's the Gold Samurai. What show is this? It's the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. It's based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Kurain. The Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Uh-huh. It's an entirely original show. It's 100% original, especially its banger theme song. Created right here in our kingdom. I'm not so sure about its originality, given its overall look in that theme song. Is something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that's really similar to this. I'm guessing this shows why Maya's so into Lady Kira. Ugh, it's so good. The theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Oldie Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the Evil Magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. LA stands for, I got nothing. What's the part of Japan with an A in it? It's called, but with just the letter. I don't know. I got nothing. The Plume Punisher originated here in Kurain. Is that clear, barbed head? Lil Akihabara. There you go. Le Akihabara. Los Akihabara. To your benevolence, but I'll never suggest that again. Yeah, it's fine. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. Our Japanese tonkatsu action show is the original. Yes. Sorry, not tonkatsu. Tonkusatsu. I mean, a tonkatsu action show would be good, too. We wait just a little longer. I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, you're still here. Lady Believe? Mrs. Inme, do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. I could mess up some tonkatsu, right? Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it's not your wish. No, it's quite all right. If my husband were still with us, he would say, as much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. He's just Sploosh Kaboom guy from Wind Waker. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. Emmy call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever you're waiting for, ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Of course. I'm an attorney. What is that badge for? It's the attorney's badge used in my country. Yes, I agree, dear. My husband says I should have nothing to do with lawyers. It's not like we topped the popularity charts back home, but come on, can't a lawyer get a break? Excuse me. Yes, dear, She's so focused on her husband, she couldn't care less about this. Probably shouldn't show her anything else. Everything's pretty bad. Oh yeah, the arrow though. Excuse me. Okay, well, fine. The envelope? No. What about the wanted poster on your table? Why, that is the escaped criminal who has all of Kurain in a stir. When I think how he might still be lurking about, I get so scared I can't sleep at night. I don't blame her. Yes, Really, dear? My husband said he would protect me if that escaped criminal shows up. By protect, does she mean she'll pummel the escapee with her husband's portrait? Phoenix! Stop it! Okay. Yeah. Trust in me. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. Oh, this is really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Oh-ho! Cyclops! This means Inmi's trying to hide something from me. This is the Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago. It's still got juice? And it has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone's hiding something, and allows me to see the Cyclops that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present my Magatama with the Y button to unlock them. Unlocking them usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone. Good. I know Pearl recharged it. Was that last week? When did Ace Attorney 5 take place?
Take that!
Hiya! I know we recharged it, but even... The High Priest. Cyclops. Like a year ago? Was it January? And it's May? Same year? They appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Amy thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's stir the pot a little and see what happens. She's a grieving widow. Why are you phrasing it like that? Mrs. Amy, you have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had reason to kill your husband. Lady Kira. It was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. I didn't see my health meter, so... Oh. I know not of what you speak. Why does she have a framed portrait of him looking mad? That she even made the front page recently. Ka-ka-kwa-ka. I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill Abbott in me. I should have a framed photo bath me mad. The thing.
Take that!
Hiya! This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Yeah. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it? How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either. Sorry, but I have evidence this warning was meant for your husband.
Take that!
Yeah! What's that? It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second, don't the envelope and the letter have something in common? I think there might just be something that links the envelope to the letter. There is. And that proof is right here on the letter. This spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope. The pointy bits.
Take that!
It's a good bit. It'd be a good bit. The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, it was my badge.
Take that!
They were made by this War-Ba'ad arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in this envelope, addressed to the High Priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Got windy. Hooray, we successfully badgered the widow. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Why'd you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. That makes sense. Have a nice day. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect. We are a Koreanist kingdom, as such rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Koreanism itself. Your husband was the devout priest of Koreanism, and you feared his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. Yes, it makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the High Priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still. This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. The warning. The warning. Could you tell me a little more about the warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed? Yes. We had the whole house locked up tight. And yet, someone still managed to slip in. It was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? But you didn't contact the police, because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel. That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Tarust would still be alive today. Oh,
lovely wife. No need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone.
Barbed head, that is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Mrs. Emmy, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped.
Your benevolence, may you swiftly shine light upon the truth.
Barbed head, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion.
Grunk. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point.
If only I could find something to support my theory the High Priest was a rebel. Only other person who might know more about Abbott would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now and be able to stop by the detention center. This was peas and soup. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Belieb. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too. How wonderful for you, Mrs. Inme. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor. Barbed head, you are coming as well. Eh? But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along. Yeah, arguing a point will probably just make things worse. I better let her have her way this time. Garon Palace. Garon? What's the pun there? Audience chamber. Bah! The Grand Palace? Goron? Oh. Hello. Like the minister standing there too. So this is the Queen of Kurain. What is wrong with you, barbed head? Show some respect. Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite all right. Stay as you are.
Mother!
Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honored both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Belieb. May my prayer comfort your soul and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Sniffle. Wasn't expecting the vocals. Now that's what I call a commanding presence. You are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, Your Eminence, I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence? Did I ever do it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen. Ho ho. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Like Metaphor's battle music. Now then, Lady Belieb, let us go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. Wow, the Queen's seriously something else. Heh, the prayer of lament, huh? There he is. Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again? Have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. Remember you threatened me? Oh, right. Blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. He's Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Garon's husband? You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along for a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work. Okay. Can I road around? Keep your paws off that stuff over there. It's all pretty pricey, more than you could possibly imagine, I'd wager. Yeah, I better keep my hands to myself. I'm a lawyer. Why'd you get off sticking that thing in my face? You forget who you're dealing with? Don't poke your nose where it don't belong, or do you want a spot on my execution list? You have an execution list? I'm good. I'm better in this conversation now before I really rub him the wrong way. Okay. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case too. I didn't realize how much his beard sticks out forward. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Does that just keep going? It just keeps going. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. But it's gonna be different this time. I got Kurain's top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm gonna prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Yeah, you lawyers are all the same. You stretch yourself till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. Were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Heh, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy, efficient even. You don't say. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons across me or the Garan administration are gonna get just what they deserve, especially those rebel scum. Due process, more like doo-doo process. You can get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Kurain, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. Does it, though? No. I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lese majesty. I can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. Lese majesty is insulting the royalty, as we learned last time. Which the Wikipedia entry has a drawing of a guy farting on it. So I recommend going to the Wikipedia page for Lese majesty. I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Well, let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Hope he eats his cigar. Oh, he's just doing that. Say, White, you know what these are? No, what? Are they execution orders? Yep. Okay. They really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Yeah, I'm pretty stupid. What a wonderful country. Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. I have returned, Barbed Head. Those executions are in my hands. No! Are you done with the right? Yes. It was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe stayed behind to speak with Mother. Hope this will ease her sorrow, even if just a little. So, you have been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father's a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Kurain, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. I feel deeply something. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. Seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Well, boy. Yay! Few things bring me peace. Like the image of Maya behind bars. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm alright. Especially because we literally have her behind bars instead of just like the glass of the detention center. Anyway, now I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that can prove your innocence. I missed her, right, Viz? But I have a small lead. Really? But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. The 3D chair spin. Ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that. How rude. Of course, I have many other things I could be doing. I'm an attorney. Just making sure the dialogue's not different. Good. Great. What do you think about, this? Present things left and right again, as always. Sure takes me back to the good old days. Ooh, present something else, Nick. If that's what you really want, at least it seems to cheer her up a bit. What about this? Okay. Yep. Thank you. What about that? Okay, great. What do you think about the warning? Why would Lady Kira want to stop the purification rite? Oh, I know. You do? Yeah, because she's only got the one outfit and nothing to change into. You'd think she'd have normal clothes for when she's not busy rebel hunting, Maya. Alright. The High Priest. How many hours has she been in there? It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think that? Because if he was, the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Princess Rafe overheard me. What idiocy is this? Abbott in me a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. All right. I was just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. Damn. She stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. She stormed out. We can talk now. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything sus? Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky. That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind? Sorry, that's about it. This is all I'm gonna learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there is one thing I should follow up on. Yeah, what's the... I remember. Yeah, I want to keep my spirit channeling a secret. Yeah, I know. What's up with that? What's up with that? What's the deal? What's the deal? Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits? Oh, that. The guard's not listening, right? 07. Thank you, Viz. I don't know what they said. They redeemed the timeout. Enjoy your timeout. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. Don't, no. Let's not. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. Let's not go there. I see, so spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority then, in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it too. Queen Maya, baby! Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Koreanist style that was brought to the US via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of our average Koreanese. Maybe a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know. So spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the queens of Korean, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya. I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rafa distant relatives of Maya's? Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just, I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. I see. No idea it was so complicated. Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. And what is this qualification to become the master? To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, and it was more like spirits possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want. Yep. At least I think. You think. Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm gonna ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. Right. Maya's the next big hope of Korean Village. That's gotta be a lot of pressure. Speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai. You must mean the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. We're talking about that's important? So you've already seen the Plumed Punisher. You really don't miss a beat. Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Korean who does not know of it. Oh, your benevolence, you're back. When did you get back? As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I have changed my mind. For in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Her sense of duty is commendable. But I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I want to show off to the both of you. Show off? I sure seems excited all of a sudden. Yep. Ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra-rare Plumed Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of this strap? Don't tell me you're a Plumed Punisher fan too, your benevolence. No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such things. Right. Thank you for gifting a sub, Alan Bradis. To Oswald Magia. No, I'm telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So, how'd you get your hands on that, Maya? Ehehe. I found a kindred spirit and a Plumed Punisher fan here in Korean. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. And by cultural exchange, you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? You bet! I traded my Steel Samurai watch for this strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme when the alarm goes off. My newfound Koreanese friend was so happy I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Korean. Watch this. When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. That's very good quality for a tiny charm. It's also a clock. It reads out the time every hour on the hour. It sounds like the Steel Samurai theme. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus the Steel Samurai's Japanese taiko drums that go Daka don 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 in the intro. Is she doing that with her mouth? Is she going like bop 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 bop? Pop 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 pop. Plumed Punisher strap added to the court record. Why? Okay. Daka don don, don't do that again. Do it! I'm right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. Pata 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 pon. I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plumed Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. Why must they fight? It's good. I'm going to totally go pitch into some TV stations when I get it back home. It's going to be a huge hit. Right. Your benevolence? I have no interest in such things. Enemies to lovers. They have to start as enemies, you're right. Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plumed Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya, and leave tomorrow to me. Go have yourself a little cell spin. Spin around. Oh, okay, thanks, Nick. Boop. I'm so used to them doing crossfades out when the conversation's over. That's so jarring when they just disappear. I think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. What happened? There are fades, just not sometimes. But also, this scene has like that animated background. I don't know. I don't know if it's like just... I have no idea. My father's a great man with a gentle soul, is he not? Yeah, well, we talking about the same person here? You too could become a man of upstanding character if you learn from his example. Sure. Him? I care little for that tone of yours. It's as if you do not agree. No, you have it all wrong. Why is my face such an open book? What to do? 3DS version had fades? That's weird. You have visited the accused a number of times already. Again, some of the characters do fade. It's not like the fades are absent, just sometimes they're gone. It could just be a bug they just never got around to fixing. Could it be you are smuggling in tools one at a time for a jailbreak? No. Besides, you've been watching me like a hawk. Well then, perhaps you're cutting the bars in the visitor's room bit by bit. How on earth would I even do that? With that barbed head of yours, of course. Now this is getting ridiculous. Of course it is. I'm merely having a little fun here. Well, please don't have it at my expense. I'm mentally taxed enough already. Goodbye. Going back to the temple? Temple? The fact the Plume Punisher exists in the first place implies the Theocracy already has questionable priorities. Maybe. May 10th. It's getting late. Won't be long till sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence. Oh my god, it's Shadow. And Kid. Are you done with your investigation for the day? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me? Yeah, please allow me help. Okay, first, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. From someone claiming to be Lady Kira that told him not to perform the rite. That's right. It was that rebel hunter, but what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. I'm not so sure that this Lady Kira is a rebel hunter. Cause if you think about if you think about Lady Kira as being someone who was in cahoots with the rebels, she arrested someone knowing that they would be on top of the mountain where the not the last rite, whatever the rite is, purification rite, takes place. So she set someone up to be there in order to do some sort of a murder. Except I still don't know what the motivation is exactly. Other than just disrupting the country, I guess. I don't know. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. Maybe she's a monster hunter in the wrong game. Monster hunter. How unfortunate for you, Barbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation. That shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime, after all. Yeah, the warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you're charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence. While it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence, that is, perhaps, a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, your benevolence, but I am going to prove my innocence within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is the lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As Royal Priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Yeah! Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. There's a crossfade. See? So they're on whatever. Tomorrow, I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. Yep. Yeah, I remember. I was there. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. Hopefully that's what this case calls for. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Korean. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if it's the last thing I do. And it might be. To be continued. Hit me with that jam. Where's the... Yeah! Let's go! To court! May 11th, 9:40 a.m. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. I wish the accused lobby was like all in disrepair and fucked up. Like no one's used it in 23 years. Anyway, I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence. But if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe... Nick, today well... Don't look so down, Maya. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Then it seems you've chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick, I'm gonna prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Toilet Room, to the folks back home, right? Right. I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. Wait, literally? This place is tough on lawyers. I need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Is she allowed to do that? Well, it's time. Let's go. She's accused of murder and she can hang out next to us and give us quips like old times? I mean, I'm not upset about it, but... Anyway. High Court of Crane. Yeah, there she is. All rise. Court is now in session. It's happened before. Where she stood next to us while being accused? God forbid. I mean, it probably has. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. There he is. I love the animation on his fabric there. It's really good. I start jury duty tomorrow. Oh, 7. F's in the chat for jury duty. I hope they don't need you. I hope they dismiss you early. I've gotten very lucky. I've talked about my jury duty enough times, I'm not going to mention it again, but I have not actually had to sit on a trial. I've just gotten close. And once or twice, I just got to call in every day, and they're like, don't come in. And I was like, yes. It's the best feeling. I've been needed every time. Oh, no. Yes, a lot of people I know are like, either you always get lucky or you always get unlucky. Anyway. Hope you meet Mr. Garfunkel. Don't watch this for jury duty, you'll rot your brain. If they ask you, like, oh, is there any reason why you can't serve on a jury, just say that you're an Ace Attorney fan. I'll be like, get out of my courtroom. Quiet! Can't you see Prosecutor Sadmati is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me. Grand jury summons a month after starting my new job. Oof. Especially when you're starting a new job. The timing's rough. Hey, he's very devout for a prosecutor. I'll be doing. Oh, why is the accused standing over there? Well... Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. That wasn't very nice. I'm glad that I played the DS game so I got to enjoy the pixel art. They did a very good job adapting those sprites to 3D. Like, oftentimes I just am like, oh, I missed the 2D art because it's so good, but they did such a good job at this. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts here in Khura'in. Looks exactly like younger Meyer. Yeah. I must say I'm surprised to see you still here in Khura'in, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I didn't learn my lesson, Your Honor. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Eat the butterfly. Eat it. Eat it. Such foolishness. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Hey, thanks. Haha. Whoa. Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop the last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you. So it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Guile? Putrid what? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? A little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry. We haven't lost a case together yet. You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. So good. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of moida, which is a separate crime than murder. Murder, moida. Murder, moida. Moida is a much more serious offense. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Tarustin. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? Unroll scroll. Unscrolls. His name what? His name is Tarustin, and his wife's name is Balib. The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the War Ba'ad dagger, which was used in the rite. Most likely. However, the weapon is yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder. The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The name puns are gonna get worse? They can get worse than this? The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of Kurainism. Yeah. Wait, so the broken lantern was already broken? During the rite, the victim and accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. Well, case closed then. Guess that's it. I must say that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Okay. In Kurainism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years. That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? No, Your Honor. Here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone. I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padme Kurain's insights. I also like Star Wars. So it is and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess. Oh boy. It's gonna show some complete nonsense and I can't wait. I still have this. Good. As popular as ever, I see. Rest assured, good people of Kurain, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. They shall not escape on their Freedom Express today. What a joy it is to have the Royal Priestess back in the Hall of Justice. I love the... You know, like when you learn a new word and you're like, no, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna casually slip it into conversation. I learned a new reference. I'm gonna just drop it in there. A permit! Yeah. Hiya. I'm assuming it's another BTTV emote. Alan Branis has been making a bunch of them. Sounds like a credit card company. I'll put it on my Freedom Express. It is! Oh my god. Thank you. It's Maya's upset face. Thank you. I'm once again, I'm not going to add it, but thank you. I appreciate it. The thing that's tricky about screenshots from the game is that they're not going to read very well. It blinks. That's good. Thank you. I for one, I don't want to just upload 30 billion emotes and be in the same position as before with BTTV where it's have 1,000 of them, but thank you. I appreciate it. What a joy it is to have the Royal Priestess back. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Udihara Kurain. She sure looks pleased with herself, especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was till yesterday. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it, Gam. How you doing, Gam? Is there something stuck to my face, barbed head? No, nothing, your benevolence. Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you please. Very well. Naina, my robe. There she goes.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Just like my favorite movie, Wild Wild West. We can skip or not? No! I'm gonna enjoy this mocap. People die in Yuna dances. People die Rafa dances. Yep. It just takes me back to Monster Hunter 3. When will Yuna stop dancing? Never! It's her favorite thing! When will Rafa stop dancing? God damn it, chat. Whoa. The ripples. Yuna will never leave the DDR machine. She keeps hogging it. I want to play DDR. Woo! Yeah, woo! Yeah, woo! Do it again. All right. What we got? What we got in here? What's going on? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we praying. Yeah, we praying. How's it going? Any smell of incense or any... Oh, yeah, he forgot. How's it go again? Something like that. Oh, it's windy now. Uh-oh. Incense. Footsteps. No! Pain. Well. Guess she did it then. The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light, the scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror abbot in me must have felt. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me. Do something, Nick. I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Come to think of it, the rites guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. The transformation rite, the high priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water, Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire, priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Actually, yeah. Wasn't it the other way around? Because I know my client is innocent, hiya! Heh, so you say. You truly do not know when you're beaten, do you? I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. Objection, nuh-uh. You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again? It would seem lawyers are Porkunan creatures indeed. Look at that Porkunan! He's a Porkunan! What exactly is a Porkunan? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth, to deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. Insight. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. How did all that blood get on the bird, though? That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Should remind the priest we're doing the right. Yeah. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight. No. I ended up finding contradictions last time. The deceased's final moments include all 5 senses. You mean those words that appeared in the pool of souls? Looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. Is something missing that he should have sensed? The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insights last time. There could be contradictions between what Abbott and me felt in her insights, huh? You got it. I'm gonna find them this time too. Should I check out to point out contradictions in Rafa's insights? I'm good. Nah, I remember how it works. Still, the sensations seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial, in which case I better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights. Last time was a backstab. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. Yeah, okay, so that's one of the lanterns there, and that's one there. Are either of those broken? Because then he would be pointing at the... He'd be facing the fountain area, the spring. The sutra. The wind. Footsteps. Footsteps, incense. Incense, stab. Pain. Incense. What? Does he get like a flash of the incense? It's windy. There's a flash of incense and then it comes up again. I don't know if that's just stylization or anything that matters. Sutra. As the first part of Transformation Rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accusers approaching footsteps and smelled their incense-laden robes. Person comes to the right, Maya shown from the left. Well, it depends on where he's facing when he looks up, because if that's the lane to the right, that's still in the middle. So that's the same, right? You heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled their incense-laden robes. I guess. Because then the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, vision dimmed, finally passed from the world. I feel like it's gotta be... Because there's that lantern to the left. And there's the one to the right. Yep. And then he looks forward. Looks down. He's looking slightly to the right there. Now he's looking back to the left. Now he's looking to the right. He looks up. That's the one to the right. Yeah, he's facing the same way. Hum. They're being sneaky here. Yeah. The victim commits the purification rite. I'm not entirely convinced that it's the, that's the purification rite. Because there was that one that was broken. Yeah, give me a sec to work on it. These are scripture or priests on those rows, which may have been purified with whichever purified incense. Right of water, which priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira. I mean, they're saying it's before she put on the robe, so I guess it does make sense. This reminds of the rite of fire, which the priestess circles the secret flames to purify her soul. The advance of prayer to the right comes to a close 2 days later, noontime. Yeah. Yeah. Then at 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. I guess this doesn't say what time things happen. So that's fine. The one appears to have been inflicted by the dagger used in the right. The mark on his face is one borne by all members of the clergy. Records who has what mark were kept in the temple. Good. The thing. Prayer flags found outside the ritual curtain. Yep. The photo. He's on his back facing there. The curtain. Spring was already red when we arrived at the inner sanctum on the day of the rite. I don't think this is relevant yet. Oops. And then what was the last thing there? Yes, so it's saying that he was facing with his back to the spring. Which, if he stumbled backward and fell, then that's fine. The one to the right of him was broken. Is that why when the wind picks up, the one to the right, fast forward. The wind picks up and the lantern to the right, the flame is like kind of going nuts. Because yeah, if it was encased in glass, the flame wouldn't really react. So what's the deal? So what's wrong? As the first part, the transparent entity lowered the sutra. That seems fine. He heard the accused approaching footsteps. I mean, that's he lowered it before the footsteps. Is that relevant? Is that important? Because he lowers it. It's windy, and then he sees her and then he gets upset, and then there's incense and footsteps. Go facing any direction? Maybe. That seems... I don't think that... I don't know. But also I have to point out a specific sensation and be like, that's... As the first part ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard their approaching footsteps. I don't... That's literally all I have right now. I don't know if I take explosive damage to my badge count if I'm wrong. So I might as well try something. But...
Objection!
That doesn't seem like a strong... Oh, I do take damage. Great. Your benevolence! Isn't this inconsistent? Inconsistent? I think not. I did save before this, I think. No! Seems too early in the case to take good damage. What is it? I'm still trying to figure this whole insight thing out. When the words change size, that means the intensity is changing too. So then there's probably something to keep an eye on. Should be on the lookout for changes that shouldn't take place, but they do anyway. Did the footsteps get bigger before she moved? Changes that don't occur when they should. How very perceptive. I'm not trying to sharpen her mind. Let's compare the vision and the insights. Sounds like a plan. I'll just take the hit. Let me see. Oh, the incense starts growing first? The incense starts to grow before she approach. Huh?
Objection!
Eh? Your benevolence, isn't this inconsistent? Apparently not. Okay. Yeah. Because of the wind? Well, the wind was blowing away from us. So... Because if you look at... the direction the wind is blowing, it's blowing either left or away from us, or both. It's not blowing towards us. So we shouldn't really be smelling the incense anyway, but whatever. Is it because there's footsteps when she's not moving yet? It's just even more... Okay. Maybe I do load my save. Yeah, there sure are footsteps before she starts moving. I'm gonna load my save. I don't think that was that long ago. Yeah, it was only a couple minutes ago. Fight! Fight it! Give me my HP back. Okay, fine. Actually, I think Maya killed him. Mods, kill this priest. So I probably have to pause it right when the first footsteps show up. Is that... That I didn't grab it in time. Does that... Will that count, or does it have to be the first one? I'm gonna try to grab the first one. Blow this man up. That's sneaky. It seems super obvious now. Damn it! Why can't I frame by frame this like the other thing? Or can I? No, I can't. Damn it! Don't ban Maya, she's spinning! No one who spins is guilty. Fuck! Maybe this is good enough. No, it's not. Maybe that's good enough.
Objection!
Okay, fine. I'm overthinking it. That's my specialty. The victim supposedly heard the accuser's approaching footsteps, but did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there's something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, barbed head. The footsteps are strange because the timing doesn't make sense and they don't get louder. I think it's kind of both of these. Fuck. This is a rough case for my brain so far. Did they not get louder? The timing didn't make sense is what stood out to me more. The timing doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be any That's not... She wasn't even moving. And there were footsteps. Fine. The accused was the victim, really. I hate it. Do you suggest the accused was floating through the air? Yes. Thank you for the hydrate, Queen. Well, I mean... I suggest you hold your tongue. Suggestion noted. If that's not it, there's definitely something strange because... they're not getting any louder. What does that matter? Focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. I don't think that's it. It was, but then it didn't, and then that wasn't why. It's fine. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, Your Benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection.
It is as they say. Even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. They do say that. What does that mean? He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your Benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Updated seance report. Oh, blessed mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Bells? Footsteps changed into bells. What could this mean? The bells on his feet? He heard his own feet? The only bells of the scene of the crime were... that jingling must have come from Abbot Immy's bells. Bells? You mean those big things on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... if the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. He was moving towards her. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what her benevolence's insight would have us believe. Inner sanctum down up there. Huh. Were they there to kill Maya? And then he stopped them? Why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain. Thank you for the soup. Updated seance report. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Shh, still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection.
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, Your Benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmati? Even if it was Abbot Inmi who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Oh! And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? I mean, it does. It is as the prosecutor has said. It is as I meant to say all along as well. Right, and that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer. That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Not the sun! He heard the footsteps. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. But then how'd his body get all the way back to where it was found? But, okay. She cunningly stood there and let him throw himself on the blade. The fact that it was Abbot Immi who moved changes nothing. Arg! You gotta keep your cool, Phoenix. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess Rayfa refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of their refinement, as she focused on the sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. Okay. Suddenly rushed the accused, tried to fight off with a broken lantern. He was stabbed. Okay. So this seems to be the same. And he's reading. Do. Marmaduke is in it for this time. And then, huh? It's windy. And then what? What are you doing? I better run at you. Yeah, water. Pain. So, water, huh? What? Huh?
Objection!
Why was there water noise? Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? But then wasn't that the broken lantern? That's easy. The customs governing the rites are very clear and Abbott and me would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh? Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know the victim then moved into the spring. Porkunka, that's absurd. This means the accused's location differs from what a benevolence's insight indicates. Where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, Lady Ram was standing here. Probably in the welder. Probably was in the welder. Like there.
Take that!
Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abadimi and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this rights guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, their positions would have been completely reversed. Updated Sanctum Diagram Report. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The High Priest would never make an obvious blunder during a rite. Is that even possible?
That's enough!
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? Let us say the accused was standing in the spring, so what? So what? This completely reverses their positions is what? That their positions differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. Hope someone got fired for that blunder. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster. It's worked this far. Sounds like Princess Rayfa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh, Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Updated insight report. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. Yeah. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick! Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. So it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Rafa's insights. That's right. We now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. Was that the second part of the thing? The rise of water, the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira. And they purify Lady Kira and her dagger. Ceremony ends with the rite of fire. So it was during the rite of water. But she doesn't remember donning the robe. She passed out during the first part of the rite. I should take another look at the inner things wrecked on the diagram and confirm where Maya and Abbott and me were standing. Look at the diagram. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and I still don't know what the deal is with the broken lantern. It seems like that was, yeah. Folks are finding discrepancies between their positions and the insights. Is it the lantern? Just to find the thing. We're stabbed. Yeah. It must be the lantern because unless there's a new sensation. New sensation. Looking at stuff. Also, she's not wearing the robe there, so she was supposed to put on. Were there two of them? The wind. And then, oh, the bells. Run! Stab. Pain. Uh-huh. Was he also stabbed in the back? No, he was stabbed in the front. Abdomen, they said. Let's try the, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be here. I'm gonna try it. I'm also gonna save. Because boy, oh boy, do I love save scumming in my Ace Attorney. Okay. The sword glint is good. Wind. So would it be sight or would it would be the sight?
Objection!
Yeah, alright. Your benevolence! I found a new contradiction created by my pointing out of the other contradiction. You did? No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope! Take a good look at what the victim saw. It might just change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. Nuh-uh, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I fail to see your point. My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. Heh. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Why don't you just refine it from the beginning to give us more? I get it. Oh, blessed me, Tom. Fix your sight upon the lantern here. Enhance. Is it not broken? Huh? It doesn't have a wind guard on it. And it's not broken. Huh? And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. Ah, shit. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick! Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving toward her, so I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm gonna find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. What else is there? What else is there? Okay, but now it's clearer. Yeah, so there's that one. And there's that one. Is that the one that's broken? Like the bottom part is missing the little sticky out bits and the top left is missing the little swoopy bits? Is that actually a different lantern? Is he spinning in a circle while he's praying? Is he actually turning around while he's praying? You son of a... Okay. Okay, so... Huh. So, wait, so was this during the Rite of Fire when she's moving around the every step I'm like, we're in a different part of the thing. So then... Am I selecting that? Because that one looks different.
Objection!
Let's try that. Your benevolence? Isn't this inconsistent? Why is this not it? What else do you want? Inconsistent? I think not. Exactly. What do they want if not that? Oh, do I have to pick the correct statement when I... Okay. Then, never mind. I was just focused on what I'm pointing out. I think I've gotten lucky several times with the right statement. Just happened to be what I was looking at the time. So then which statement is it? The first by the transformation, right entity slower the sutra, suddenly rest of the accused by the spring side lantern. So I'm stabbed. So which statement is it? I'm back at the beginning. Wait, which part? I'm further back? Where am I? Oh, it's blurry again. Did I not just save? Didn't I literally just save? Okay, then which part is it? I loaded earlier? What? Did I? Why are they blurred? Whatever. Which one was this? What did I just point out? This is the water problem? So which was, or is this me just pointing out the wind? It's just the windy lantern? Which which line? Spring side lantern? Yeah?
Objection!
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought I saved. It's my bad. Case 3, yep! You know it's case 3 when every single step I'm like, huh? Huh? What? Huh? My point is, I don't know. So that, but then I'm still in the same problem though of what do they want for this next point? Is it not the broken lantern, or is it the broken lantern and I just had the wrong line? But then which line correlates to that? I don't know. Wrong statement. But I don't know what the right statement would be. I guess it's just the one about the lantern. Huh. Hum. It's really nice of the police to tamper with the crime scene and then not tell me about it. Okay. Yep. I just need to point out the good lantern, but then it's the not good lantern that stands out more. Anyway. I will save again. Okay. Alright. Commence the purification rite by binding the lanterns and reading a sutra. Sutra. You rest here and start out the spring side lantern. I'm gonna try it again.
Objection!
Because we're pointing out that it was the other lantern? What could this possibly mean? Okay. Alright, that lantern clearly contradicts the insight. This contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. You're right, Mr. Wright. 1 minute you shout out, the next you fall silent. Perhaps it's like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Yahoo! It's not right, Prosecutor Sadmati. Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward because that's where we'll find the truth. I time heisted absolutely nothing and now I'm more lost. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken, and if you watch what Abbott in me saw in his final moments, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision. How could this be? Even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? No. Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. I would like to stress once again that I know what I'm doing. Will the defense please explain? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell... I'm confident, but I'm still gonna save. We can tell Maya and Abbott in me's positions. Where the accused and the victims were standing. It's a turnabout. Did you not just finish asserting the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Faye was standing. Nuh-uh. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spots where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. She was like here-ish, give or take.
Take that!
Somewhere thereabouts. I wasn't thinking straight before, but now I'm thinking gay. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Faye had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Faye was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? Nuh-uh. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused. What's this? You mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? Such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was, in fact, turning around in that moment.
Objection!
Every now and then I fall apart. You better not throw those at me. If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sadmati. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence. A huge error, you say? Do explain. The huge error is... the error is the order of the rites, the crime scene, the number of people there. I mean, the order's fine. We're back to it being the first step before she does the thing. I don't know why he's spinning, but I guess he just does that while he's praying. The crime scene. Is it the... I don't know what... The crime scene's a vague statement. I think it's the number... It's just that there was a third person. It's his quirk. He learned it from Maya. Every time Maya came over to his place with him and the missus, she would spin in place. And he's like, that's a neat trick. This is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be. No, but it can and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. That is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Paul Kunka! Classic Paul Kunka moment. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be. Phew, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. Me when I Pokunka. I should add these new facts to the court record. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. I do feel a little bad, but not that bad. Hopefully it ends up with her on our side, taking down the monarchy, and joining the rebels, and then the game turns into a stealth action game as we sneak into the royal palace. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sabari? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I've learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Of course, forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who solves tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. Shit. This third party must have really wanted to kill the high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. Is it just the letter from Kira to the priest? With the murderous intent? I know what you're planning. What else do I have other than that?
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite. Thank you for the bit, Sansa. This actually treats Emma with respect and values her as an investigator. Yeah, it's nice that all the prosecutors have their own different kind of vibe. The victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace. I don't understand. I had heard the Lady Kira has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel. I don't think he was a rebel. I think we have it backwards, but... The High Priest! He couldn't possibly have been a rebel. The High Priest, a devout follower of Corainism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? My theory at the moment. Go ahead and HimSpin. My theory is that the message said, I know what you are planning. My theory as of right now is that the lady Kira going around and getting these dudes off the street, they're in cahoots with what's his face. I don't have him in here. The minister guy, Inga Montoya. And he's doing that either as a front to keep the peace. There's some extra something at play. There's clearly corruption at the top, right? So he's got some kind of conspiracy going on. He's using the image of Lady Kira to very visibly keep the peace. And maybe the monk guy like learned about that, or he was going to speak up against the monarchy, something. And so that's why they put a prisoner at the top of the mountain. He could go down and kill him. Something with the Wright was going to reveal something. I'm missing stuff. I'm just like, I think that the way they're phrasing is like, Lady Kira only hunts the bad guys. I think is a flawed premise, and there's something else kind of backwards around there. Anyway. I'm surprised he wasn't corrupt. No, the way he walked up to us and was like, hey, you got someone innocent who was clearly proven innocent in court? Don't do that again. Like, that's very blatantly, he's not a good guy. Found it hard to believe at first. It's all Old Bag and Lotta are at the bottom of it all. As I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible. The third party was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel? Your mockery of Corainism? No. Of the kingdom of Corain itself knows no bounds. His eyeliner's on point, by the way. It was the Phantom. As a faithful Corainist, I take issue with these claims. It deserves mockery. I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. He's incredibly gender. That was the note to the artist to design him. The most gender, please. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abonimi was a distinguished monk and very well respected, so yeah. Please don't let this turn to an international incident. But fear not, good people of Corain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How's that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
That was actually a note on his design. It's gotta be. Are you sure about that? Wait. You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. Has he laughed before? He must have. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. How could there be a witness? How could there be an eyewitness? There were only two people there. There were only two people there. And to prove it, my third-person eyewitness account of the events. Okay. An eyewitness would deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well. Unless it's like a guard from the gate who didn't see anything, and it's like, that doesn't tell us anything. Let us call this eyewitness to the stand. It better not be Beard Dude. Better not be Beard Dude. Hey, guess what? It's Beard Dude. Anyway. It's him again. Well, now he has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm... You know, that's so-and-so. Whatchamacallit? Yeah. Ha! Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, his testimony is reliable? I named him Anonymous in my reports, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify. Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. And his testimony supports my feelings, so it's fine. While it's true he's utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Emus, please tell us what you saw. Mm-hmm. Yeah, huh? Seeing Yogi all over again. The night of the Moida. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Oh, I guess Maya did it then. There's no way you saw Miss Faye stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum, which is at a lower elevation. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Mr. Emus, I was wondering, what can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. That's not my concern with the testimony. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Remus? On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, no, his name is just anonymous. Weather forecast, the area will enjoy clear, calm skies today. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, it will see a cold front move in overnight. Good. See? Told you so. May 9th. Updated. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Imus, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot! How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much. Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? How could he have seen that? He was on a different mountaintop with binoculars. Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, O enlightened one? Leading the witness. More than usual. Oh, yeah. Prosecution always leads the witness. I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes. After your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. In Tickle Hell? No, that was a much longer time than hundreds of years. You'll be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. Promise? You were saying the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yeah. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. Thus, Mr. Imus's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Ha ha ha! And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Huh? Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Yeah. Also, yeah, how would that grip? It's fine. It's fine. The night of the moide. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony Mountain next to the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Imus? Was it really Mount Pony Pony that you climbed? Oh, I'm sure of it. It was really Pony Pony-ish. It was a really Pony Pony-ish mountain. What does that even mean? You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view. I hate crowds. I climbed up there to pray in peace.
Hold it!
If you hate crowds, why bother climbing to the top? Couldn't you have just as easily prayed at the bottom of Mount Pony Pony? Wrong, bucko. This is a once-a-year epic event. I wanted to pray as close to the actual thing as possible. If you're so gung-ho about it, why don't you go pray at the Plaza of Devotion? Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace. Oh, Holy Mother, why do I only get the annoying ones? And my burning faith demanded I climb up the mountain closest to the inner sanctum. Also, I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around... Since nobody was around, there's nobody who can corroborate your actions either. Hee-hoo! You're exactly right! In that case, Mr. Imus, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen? About that. If you get caught climbing the surrounding mountains on the day of the rite, you can get in big, big trouble. Ha ha ha! That's it? Yep, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're a grown-up. Ha ha! If this guy is not Larry, I swear to God, you're a real grown-up, all right. And since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and... You know what they say, if it stinks. I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
Lair ain't. You had a pair of binoculars with you, that's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you? Actually, I just happened to have them for birdwatching. Birdwatching, huh? I see. You're not gonna keep pressing him on this? He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can sink my teeth into yet. Okay, then. I love the great outdoors. That's just the kind of guy I am. A guy called Anonymous Tibada. He's really starting to get on my nerves. As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger.
Hold it!
Did you really see what you say you did? Are you saying I'm lying? Well, I'm not. It's etched permanently in this old noggin. But I didn't do what you said I did. I didn't even get a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite. What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I never even seen you before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? I didn't expect there to be any witnesses way up there. But I don't remember doing that at all. I know. I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. I should take another look at the court record. All right. Can I just point out the obvious? Can I just point out the obvious?
Objection!
Is this not obvious? Is this not the obvious problem? Oh my God, what? Okay, well, good. Ignore this, I will. Great. You can't. I cool. Okay. Also, I'm on the top of Mount Point Mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hit across the sky there to pray in pieces. No, but since there was no one around, he's moving out to on the right. That's why Sully accused stabbed the high priest with a dagger. So what else could be the problem? What else could be the problem? Thing. This is a male surgery escaped from a penitentiary. The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the plaza of the ocean there stays melted. The right canal going to the plant. He thinks the blessings of the Holy Mother and going to. So it was real snowy? Does that have anything to do with it? Most redeemers don't know caused by a bladed weapon. Right in the face, yeah. There's so much that's like, how did he see this and how can he deduce that? That's just like, huh? That's just like, what? Am I just...
Objection!
The curtain? That scream just sort of slipped out. There's so many clear things that stand out to me about why this couldn't have happened, and the game's like, no. There's something else I want. And I'm like, what do you want? What do you want from me? It just felt like yelling. With a dagger. What else could it be? Let's see. The water spring was already stained red. Yeah. All right. The thing. It's not this. At least not in the statement I used. Where they were. I don't know what they want. What did he say? I was on the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climb up there to pray in peace. I also know since there's no one around, I use my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. What do they want? I don't remember doing that at all. I have a feeling the witness is lying. Taking a look at the court. There's gotta be something that I'm glossing over that's just obviously what the game wants. Purification is the three-part ceremony held on the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. The moon is over the summit. Yeah, that seems fine. Begins with the transformation right by sons of scripture, sons of robes, and purified. Priest enters the spring dress as a cure, high priest purifies. I find a priest yeah, sure. Yeah. It also has the prayer until the moon goes into the noontime. Yeah. Maybe check the wrong sentence. Maybe? The newspaper. She appeared. Thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the plaza has melted. That was during the day beforehand. We give thanks. I don't think there's an issue with that. Just, mounted on different sentence? What other sentence, though? I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. That's true. It is the mountain next to it. I'm just like, how did you see any of it when there's a thing all the way around it and it's on the wrong side and it's not as high? Like, you're mad when I get it. I'm already mad. I don't know what they want. And I don't want to just random bullshit go. I was summer in 2020. I hate crowds. I climb there to pray in peace. I haven't seen anything about crowds either. I thought about that and I was like, I don't think there's anything about how bad the crowds are or where they are. I'm in surgery, so up at January 4. The area will be warm, clear, calm, clear skies. The warm temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. We'll see a cold front moving overnight. Yeah. Lost from a bladed weapon. At 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. So it was cold, but I don't see how that... There's one on the right. I tried both those in one statement each. If anybody knows, just tell me. I give up. I can't figure it out. I have no idea, and I don't want to just spend 5 minutes trying different things. Curtain on number 4? So, it's... The game did not accept curtain on this. Okay. Alright, Ace Attorney. Thank you, chat.
Objection!
I think it should work on either. The point is he didn't see it. But okay. But okay. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Thank you, chat. Not at all, Mr. Imus. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Especially when there's at least 2 pieces of evidence that are like, he did not see this the way he says he did. And it's like, you gotta be specific. And I'm like, but they're not telling me what they specifically want. Anyway. Why does that mean it's not working? One means it's wrong? Well, because anyway, we recall the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that was completely enclosed by, it was enclosed by the ritual curtain. Yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Hoo-ha! Have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? You got me. The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. He didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg you. Can we please throw him out? Why do we always allow this? Oops, I was lying. No one looks at the prosecutor. They were just like, give it another go, you're fine. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. But it was above. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. The moon was above them. What are you? Shadows. Like the dog? That's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Remus, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. The prosecutor was like, he has amnesia, but his memory is good. And he's like, oops. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. Is it? You have to be kidding me. What are we gonna do now? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual Wright and what Mr. Amos says he saw. Well then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. Okay. Can we throw him into the wood chipper? Denied it, I saw the shadowy slits projected against the ritual curtain. So what you saw were simply shadows. That's right. Those shadow figures on that bright white curtain, they show up through plain as day. I could see everything that happened. But Miss Faye and Abbott and me were at the top of a mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto the curtain? No wonder people harp on you lawyers, you're always so dang skeptical. The lanterns weren't the only sources of light, you know. Man with amnesia or ghost magic? I'll take the ghosts. The figures were created by the light of the full moon. You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected on the ritual curtain, but did you really see them, Mr. Remus? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain clear as day. I was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony. I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. I do recall how bright the moon was that night. I remember there weren't any clouds and the moon was definitely out. But I don't remember if it could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. We can't deny the moon was really bright, which means it's possible it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear. But it was directly overhead. I remember it just like it happened. Watch it not be what I'm obsessed about, and it be some other point. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping the dagger. Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows? My design has relatively changed even though she's fully 11 years older. Has it been 11 years? I guess. I forgot about the time skip up to Apollo 1. But then how long has it been after that? Meh. I mean, she looks older, not crazy older, so that's fair. It was that little bun on top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob's a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. It's been 9 years since 3? Even still, it's been a long time. Hard. Now that's one funny haircut. It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. So I like my hair this way. Besides, you're one to talk, you Sasquatch. You're not into this wild manly look I'm sporting? Shows what you know, little girl. Ha ha ha. Nick, is there some kind of crime you can charge him with? I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. It should. Now it claims he only saw shadows. His testimony's sketchy written all over it. Must be an inconsistency in there somewhere. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the right. A justice found his spirit? Enjoy your time out. Saw their shadowy silhouettes projected with the curtain. I'm gonna save the video game. If it's not this, I quit. Light of the full moon. Is it the Wright's guide? When the moon is directly over the summit.
Objection!
You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight. Thank God this is right. Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How's it not possible? It was totally possible. That's impossible. I think I'm gonna need a logical Lee's translation on that. Let's take a look at the Wright's guide, shall we? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Doot, doot, doot. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. Yeah, it's fine. I was thinking it's over, but over Mount Pony Pony, which means from there, it looks, yeah, it's fine. But Mr. Imus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother. That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No way, hee. Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Amos claims to have seen. But I did see those silhouettes, really. But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible? Don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Amos really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be? The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Amos really did see those shadows is... It is... He was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Amos was at the time of the murder. He was at the inner sanctum. Mr. Amos was at the inner sanctum just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Hoo-ha! Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. Oh, you mean... That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he's the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Googie! What? I don't think he did it, but I think he was there. No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum, and the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space? Oh, he must have, never thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Amos was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. But everything else supports that he was there. Is that not right? Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
Pretty sure. Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. Why is this my fault? Peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Amos. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah. Fight, fight, Phoenix Wright. Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, all of you know. She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Somehow. Now, Mr. Emus, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Think again. Think better about it. Think with better brain. I wasn't there. I wasn't at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Dude's so sweaty, his beard's getting sweaty. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. That's part of his testimony? Okay. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims. Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Yeah, I'd like to see you explain that. Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? There's so many unanswered questions, what do you mean? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Koreanism is the strictest religion ever. Is that tickle hell or is that a different hell? Just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 5 they started with, that's 700 million years of torment. Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I gonna do that? I mean, there was the stitched together prayer flags, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never there. Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure of is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes! You mean he's contagious? He's gonna give me lawyeritis! Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Phew, that was a close one. Hope I don't get lizarditis from all these lizards. He almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there. Then how did you see shadows? That much I'm sure of even with the fuzzy memory. You just said your memory was fuzzy. I sure did. What's the big deal? I'll tell you what, your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the events is fuzzy. Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing. Here we go again. If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I'd say I do. In short, you are confident your testimony is true. Is that correct, Mr. Remus? Ha ha, exactly. Guess you don't get to be a judge for nothing. So in closing, I can clearly say that I was totally not there. Great. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense could share its theory with us? I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention? Hiya! It doesn't say I'm gonna take damage, so I'm gonna fucking go. I think he fell from the sky. He climbed up the cliff. No one would have noticed if he'd scaled up the side of the mountain. He could have snuck into the inner sanctum that way. Ha ha! The cliff face is all loose and crumbly around there. Even a pro mountain climber couldn't have made it up that way. Everyone here in Kurain knows that. But let us forgive the defense's ignorance. He is a foreigner, after all. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? Tough luck, lawyer. I couldn't have gotten up to the inner sanctum by scaling the cliff. Please add that to your testimony. Is that it? No one can climb the cliffs. The rocks are all loose and crumbly.
Hold it!
Is it impossible? Wouldn't there be another way? There is. He came from the plaza. Maybe he snuck up to the inner sanctum via the stairs in the Plaza of Devotion. With all those people at the plaza, I don't think so. Yeah, but none of them even noticed anything around them. They're all completely absorbed in prayer. With a little stealth, he could have slipped by without drawing any attention. I'm afraid that would have been impossible. During the rite, the gate to the stairs was locked tight from the inner sanctum side. What? Yeah, if I tried to force the lock open, someone there would have noticed even if they were deep in prayer. Yeah, please add that to your testimony. The plaza gate's locked from the side facing the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
What if he fell from the sky, though? What if he flew from the sky? He fell from the sky, Your Majesty. Maybe you fell from the sky. The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Immis could have parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Like a propeller rat. Now that you've been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. This is definitely the answer because it's gotten the most pushback. It also ties into my earlier theory. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. How do they get up to the prison, though? One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Zone. The bird cops would have caught him. I don't care how still the wind was, even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the sacred mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Alright, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He's the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Updated mountain report. Might I also add, defense, that no parachutes or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. He's saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Do I do it on purpose? Yeah. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Imus. It's not like I can fly through the air.
Hold it!
What if you're a bird? You wouldn't need to flap your arms if you had some gear. As I have already stated, nothing of the sort was found in or around the scene of the crime. I sure like to see some of that so-called gear you're talking about. I know. Was there really nothing like that at the Sanctum? Or if there's something that could have been used as a parachute? Seems like a really bad parachute. You continue to claim the witness was at the inner sanctum. Yet said claim shall remember but a claim without any supporting evidence. Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. If I can't find any inconsistencies, guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony. Yep. If I say Twilight Zone or Your Majesty, it's intentional. Boy, your lawyers sure are scary.
Hold it!
He Kirby floated down. He went, hold on, lawyers aren't scary. But you're saying I was at the inner sanctum when I wasn't. Anyone who tried to frame an innocent man like that's scary in my book. Lawyers are scary. Lawyers are scary. It's a setup. It's a setup. I'm not trying to set anyone up. I'm going to provide evidence and explain exactly how it was done. The gallery speaks true. They know the depth of a lawyer's sin and the poverty of his virtue. There may be some bad apples, but we're not all like that, you know. Don't worry, Nick. I'll still root for you, no matter how morally bankrupt you become. Thanks a bunch, Maya. Mr. Amos wasn't at the inner sanctum, or more precisely, couldn't get there. I don't see a way out of this. These kinds of debates only get worse if you argue in the wrong way. I have to pry some conclusive testimony out of him and then present some evidence. Like when you're trying to catch frogs from a pond. Once you got a grip on one, you better hold on tight. Right, something like that. What's she doing with them frogs? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What about this? That's a parachute, right?
Objection!
Mr. Amos is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction's a dead giveaway I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Palkonka. The people of Kurain are so used to seeing prayer flags, the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Amos? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Amos? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. One improv parachute like that'd be super deadly. Yeah, I don't think that would work. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Mr. Amos, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this, Oh yeah, I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident. Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider. Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there. You expect me to believe that? Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. This fucking guy. Why I was at the sanctum. That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Now that checks out. Why are you smiling? Mr. Amos, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Hoo-ha! I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Yeah, fuck that. I was at the inner sanctum. That evening I was enjoying a trek through the night sky. What did it say on the thing? On the thing? Wasn't there a note written on one of them? Donated by somebody? Why is that not in my evidence? Was that something else? Wasn't that this? Didn't say it was donated by the monk guy? How's his wife holding up? She's fine. Yeah, she's fine. It was that? That's what I thought. But there's no extra info. Anyway. Hey, what's up? You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider. I've got a homemade paraglider, and I'll give you the key. You didn't go to pray. A devout Koreanist like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead. Ha ha. A paraglider? I didn't see anything like that. That's because of the ritual curtain. It blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring between the mountains. Maya may not, in fact, be the killer. Hey, she might have done it. Really? What do you think? Don't ask me. I was really enjoying that flight. At first, anyway. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Something terrible happened. Exactly. When I say terrible, I mean terrible. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony? What was it again? Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at inner sanctum.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind. Oh yeah, it was the wind. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control. You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. We got him. Gale force winds came out of nowhere.
Hold it!
Had the wind been blowing the whole time around the mountains? Yep, just the right amount of wind for paragliding. So that sudden gale force wind was a real shocker. I see. So a decent wind had been blowing until then. Right. A paraglider's not much use without a decent wind. That's not what the forecast said, and the forecast is always 100% accurate. I banged my head and made me lose my memory. Where at the inner sanctum did you land? That's easy, where the paraglider ended up. I guess that makes sense. So outside the ritual curtain on the side where the moonlight shadows were cast. But right as I landed, hit my head on a rock. I lost both my consciousness and my memory. Ha 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 ha. Something's seriously wrong with this guy. How did he get down from there without arousing suspicion? So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident.
Hold it!
Guy for wanted poster. I think that's too easy, but he escaped from the prison. Obviously, he's lying to us, so he's probably the guy from the poster? I don't know. You're lucky to be alive after an accident like that. Yeah, I'm just a lucky kind of guy. It's times like these that separate the men from the boys. Well, I'd say you were incredibly lucky, almost miraculously so. If you got something to say, just say it. All right, Mr. Amos. It wasn't an accident, was it? You landed at the inner sanctum on purpose. What the? No, it was an accident, I'm telling you. You don't even have any proof. Stop making things up about me. His testimony's like a moving target. Okay, Nick. Time for some evidence. You know, really grab him by the scruff of his neck. One thing at a time, Maya. First, I have to find an inconsistency. But where there is constantly changing testimony, there are bound to be discrepancies and other issues. Get him, get him, get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get got by the weather forecast. Right? And it's gonna be calm, clear skies. Hi-ya!
Objection!
Hi-ya! We have a saying in my country, Mr. Amos. Get got, nerd! From one lie sprouts another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What'd you just say? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. And clearly it's music what makes you lose control. It says the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Pokunka! I do believe it does say that. From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? Never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real? Mods, shaky this man's coke. No, your majesty. The witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself. Mr. Amos claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider. Would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. We know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Amos, how did you get there, and from where? Thanks for the prime, Brownie Elf. Enjoy the emotes. Welcome to the house. Explode his pancakes. No! Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain by process of elimination. The only starting point that makes any sense. Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. I want... To reach the inner sanctum, he must have launched himself from here. I just can't. I don't know. Probably from over here. Maybe there. Over here. Ooh, the tree right there. Maybe he was a baby bird. And he grew big and strong and then gracefully descended, as all birds do. He jumped in a single bound.
Take that!
Hoo-ha! You insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the Inner Sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Amos, were you the third party at the Inner Sanctum and the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? He's almost doing a shit. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it. You finally left him speechless. Now, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Stub toe hell? Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the Inner Sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. And he didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Oh, his true identity. Did he willingly bring him here knowing his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer something. He's Pearl! It's Maya. Maya behind us turns into dust. It would seem I'm the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Why is it the defense's job? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? Well, he's actually, Hugo Weaving, playing the character V in the movie, but, yeah, no, sure. Okay, it's very telling that it's evidence and not a person that's asking about. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Nah, kind of figured out a while ago. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? You sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing of the Inner Sanctum using only a handmade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. I did forget that detail. That makes it even more obvious. The former paratrooper. Yeah, okay, alright. This witness is That's a Rebel. Prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. Dirk? Gah! The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Why did you bring him here, Saad Mahdi? Why is no one mad at the prosecutor for this? Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Hoo-ha! Didn't think everyone would ever see through my clever disguise. Heh. But the witness's charade is not all that it's been shattered. Is it, defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. Letter said, do not perform the rite. Is his point, I could be wrong, is his point that he could not have sent this letter because he was in prison at the time? When we just said he's the guy that escaped who's part of a rebel faction of whom there's multiple members and any whom of which could have assisted in the escape as well as sent the... Stupid. It's stupid. The rite went on as scheduled. I believe that's why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent the letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel disguised as Lady Kira. He claimed the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? What of the witness's true identity? Only a paratrooper, more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is That's a Rebel. That was 20 seconds ago, I remember. Oh no. He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. That doesn't change anything about the case, though. No! This is flimsy even by Ace Attorney standards. Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. It changes everything, because shut up. You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel! Was he doing a dragon pose this whole time? My god, that's even dumber than I thought. Good. Great. Why would he pose like an anime girl? Why would he do a dragon pose? When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi. Wait, they know each other? Were they roommates, your majesty? This filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell. Oh yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? Oh, But I haven't, and no dogs of the Garon regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Whoop, alley-oop. What? Did he just jump up in place and then run away? What was that? Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. And no one caught him because he just ran out of the room. Whoop, 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 whoop. The escaped prisoner escaped again. He just ran out of the room. How did he get out? How did he get out? The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. Oh, I feel so relieved. An escaped prisoner has escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Wish I knew. I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sadbody? That's a rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. The other half of the note that got all bloody, that scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. These are direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader? Ooh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. You have? The scrap of paper That's a Rebel dropped is a part of this. Shit. Hiya!
Take that!
It's so convenient that the red part perfectly matches the bloody part of ours. And this is? I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Rebel dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my god, look, it's perfect. Well, what are the chances? Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I don't know how to read, Your Honor. I can't read Koreanese. Prosecutor Sadmadi, if you please. The judge also doesn't know how to read. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language very well, then. I wasn't supposed to be here. I just kind of showed up. He also doesn't know how to read. Oh my god. I do not understand. Does anyone here know how to read? What does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? That's how he was to escape from prison? So if I were to assume that Mr. Rebel was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbott in me tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. Eh? But I didn't say anything. Did you just read my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that That's a Rebel is not the High Priest's killer. How can you be so sure? If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That's a Rebel's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. What do you mean? I'm speaking of Abbott in me, of course. Had That's a Rebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that That's a Rebel was the High Priest's killer. I think it's quite thinkable, actually. Like, Sarmari's correct that it's less suspicious for them to come down together, but it's not impossible. He could have if they were like, wait, it's supposed to be the High Priest and Lady Kira together, and it's just Lady Kira. Lady Kira just has to wave and be like, okay, bye. And then the whole point is it's a prison break. He just has to get the fuck out of there. He doesn't have to stand around and answer questions. Also, he had amnesia, so he would have been attacked, and the High Priest would... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How could this be? It's unlike... He did have reason to keep him alive, but he's framing as if that makes it impossible for anything else to have happened. Let it go and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. He keeps letting all the snacks get away. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated That's a Rebel from our list of suspects. No, we haven't. There's only one person that still remains. The accused, Maya Fey. Thanks, Cuddly Crow. That's a lot of months. It's like 3 games behind, but it'd be a number of months, and this is indeed a message. Thank you. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, Defense. We can't end this trial without looking into the arrow, the murder weapon, the third party. What? Huh? I hate when they phrase things like this. When it's like, but what about that? The arrow is also important because it's tied to... Well, if he's saying that it was, yeah, I don't know, the murder weapon, the third party. He's saying there was no third party. All of these. What's about Tumby? What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priest's house? It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim. That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right. Oh? Then this should be just about right as well. Okay. It seems there's no need to continue this trial any longer. Hold on. No, Your Majesty, there's still something important. What about... Oh yeah, where'd the murder weapon go is important. The third party? I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't That's a Rebel, who was it? He's just gonna say it's Maya and be like, because I say so. It's been resolved. It has? What's he talking about? It's as I've maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision. But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my finger point. No! Leave him alone! No. Ah! His arm's gonna explode! Yeah! He can't point. It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. Shit. This hardly seems fair. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbod statue. He gets his head wrapped and Nick gets his arm wrapped. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbod statue draped in her sacred robes. What? No way. What? Huh? The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in reverse grip. Why would he run towards the fountain? Why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira? To show it to the victim as he was being slain. What reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself. Come again? Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked like another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. But you've been... are you saying? I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. This can't be happening. What a face you're making, defense. I'm surprised you're taking this so hard. To indoctrinate or just dumb? I think he's indoctrinated. I think he's smart. It's just unfathomable that someone could actually be innocent. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Those are his backup beads? How many has he got? Something has occurred to me. And your allegations are about a deluded fantasy. I remember. You're telling me he knew this about how it would turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. I highly doubt that. It can't be. This is an outrage. You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder? No, I did nothing of the sort. Maya. Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall. Indeed. It seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
Nuh-uh. Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Well, what do? I got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the only one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadmati's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait. Please wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. Woo! Thank you for the bits. And then they died. You woo! There he is. Yep, that's me. You might be asking yourself how I got here. What was that magenta stripe at the bottom? Was that supposed to be there? Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... Oh, hey. What is the meaning of this? A body has been discovered. In the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. The miracle never happened. Unless... What's this? A body? What happened? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's warbot dagger. Lady Kira, she returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She's come to defeat the rebels. Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yes? This dagger... It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it? But that is so blatantly not... What? but then she was here. How? Someone tried to frame her while she had the best alibi possible. What do you mean? What? But why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati? This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claimed that the murder at the inner sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sadmati, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey. Eh? Me? What? What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. My face does that. Why, the timing matches perfectly. It's true. I noticed that as well, but there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
How does that prove anything? It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Now, Abbot Immi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. Oh. Lady Kira's warning updated. Yeah, okay. If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Datsa Rebel escape after all. Precisely, that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. All this is wrong. It's all wrong. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. Uh-huh. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey masquerading as Lady Kira. Huh? No, we don't. If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict. It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Heh. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. What the fuck? I cannot wait for the divination seance to clearly show Maya. And be like, but she was in the... What do you mean? It's all twins. It's all twins all the way down. I don't know if I want to start the next section or if we should just save it for next time. Because I could go a little bit longer, but I feel like it'd be better to just kind of keep it all contained to one, because I'm gonna learn stuff that I'm like, my brain is actually mush. Because I think next stream is not this. We're ending on a low note. Yeah, it's my favorite. Let me double check my calendar. I don't remember nothing. Thank you for the bits. Yeah. So potentially Tuesday stream is gonna be something else. So we're not gonna come back to this potentially until Thursday, which is a long time from now. So if we start this case, I'm gonna be even more confused than if we just do it all in one go. So I think we'll just save it for next stream. What's something else? Well, you'll just have to tune in and find out. Game with friends. If that falls through, we'll do more of this. So anyway, what a case. The hell is happening? What the hell is happening? I don't know. Don't talk to me about it. I'm mad about it. Yeah, it's definitely a second crane underneath the top one. That makes the most sense. Case 3, am I right? Where's the Right. Hold on. There he is. Case 3, am I right? Apollo, it's only case 3. But actually this case is with what? It's fine. It's cranes all the way down. It's cranes, it's twins. I don't know. I'm mad about it. This case, I've to be clear, I've enjoyed the content of the case. I don't know how much of it I can. There's a few examples I can clearly point to as being like, this is bad. And how much I can just be like, well, it's just Pooh Brain being Pooh Brain. But this case, but much more so than cases 1 and 2, which of course, it's how these games ramp up the cases. They make them trickier, but there's trickier in terms of, hey, this detail that you thought was insignificant actually is important. And then there's, he could not have used binoculars from a lower elevation mountain. And they specifically pointed out that it's a lower elevation, but then that wasn't the problem. It was just like, it's just like stuff like that I'm like, ugh. There were only a couple leaps in logic where I was like, how was I supposed to know that? But when they're like, okay, which one of these 3 things is the question? It's like, but then someone's like, oh, I have a problem with this, and I select it, and he's like, well, based off of this different direction, and I'm just like, it's too vague when they do that, so I don't usually like it, but yeah, a lot of my theories have fallen out of the window. I don't know. I don't have a good idea of what's going on. Clearly they're trying to frame Maya. I don't know why. Maybe someone knows that she's a spirit channeler and like the queen's trying to shut her up or something. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know who else in cahoots. All I know is that they're clearly, for obvious reason, painting the rebels as being the bad guys. And I'm like, I think it's more complicated than that. There has to be, like, they wouldn't have set up Inga to be so deliberately a villain just to have him be the good guy stamping out the rebel scum, you know? So there's more at play, and I can't really speak to what is going on. But the puns are, it's a lot. That's a rebel is good. It's good. I'm here for it. Yeah. Trying to double frame will definitely prove resistance. Exactly. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here, but thank you so much for hanging. And for watching, and for joining me as I go, huh? A lot. As I go, huh? What? Huh? Oh, huh? Huh? Anyway. Toby Hunter, thanks for the 8 months. Smash, thanks for the bits. Bar tension is getting a lot more usage than I thought it would. I mean, I thought it was a fun idea. I was just like, well, just because she's been locked up once doesn't mean they'll do it again. And again. And then again. Oswald, thanks for the 50 bits. I wonder how many times Mia had to defend Maya from murder charges. Every day. I don't recall Phoenix talking to Emma and Apollo Justice. This is the first time Emma and Phoenix got caught up at all since the first DS game. I don't remember. Possibly. Also, Trust in Me, Ka from the Jungle Book approves of that name. Yeah. Trust in Me and Believe in Me. This is a very good combo. Pixel, thanks for 47 months. Just got here. We finally seeing Maya. How's she doing? She's doing as we expected. Yeah, I don't know. I as I said earlier, I appreciate their restraint. The moment that they were like, Shu Takumi's not working on it, they're like, okay, bring back Maya. Like, I feel like Ace Attorney 5 did a good job introducing a lot of new characters and villains and prosecutors and didn't just overly rely on remember this, remember that. So bringing back Maya here, they've made it work. They made it make sense. It's not just fan service. And she's still the same Maya, but like, there are definitely points where she shows more maturity. I don't know. She's not the exact same, which is good. I like that. She's not a different character, but it's like realistically, this is the same person a little bit of time later. So I think mostly it's been handled well so far. She hasn't hit Phoenix with a metal pipe, not yet. I want the gumshoe fan service, yeah. Making her look older, but still the same. Yeah, I mean, I agree that they probably could have aged her up a little bit more if it's meant to be like almost a decade later. That's pretty significant, but she definitely looks older, so I can't be... If she was copy-paste the scene, I'd be like, what are they doing? So I'm not that mad about it, but yeah. Close to Dexter's, yeah, and she's been training and doing all this training under under a waterfall, praying and stuff, so it's been good. And it's good to see her back. And it's funny that they put her in the assistant spot for not any real reason other than that's where she goes, which is... It's fine. It's okay. It's just kind of silly. Also, thanks for the 50 bits. This Ray for mine, everyone else, Francisco.
What's this?
Thank you for the bits. Toot Korzu, thanks for 15 bits. If I had a nickel for every time Phoenix was accompanied to a crime scene by a spiritual pink-wearing child with 2 loops in her hair, I would have 2 nickels. It's true. Do I fall beside Tingle and Phoenix Wright? I think I'm more on the Tingle side of things. See, Deity, thanks for 10 bits. Do you think they have Fortnite in Kurain? And if they do, who would Rafa play as? Should be a Miku main, like all of us. Smashman, thanks for the 10 bits. Feels weird talking to Maya now. She's 26, a year younger than when her sister Mia died, yeah. I feel like that knowledge might have a way down on her soul. Doesn't let it get in the way. Yeah, that definitely frames it in a different way. Also, thanks for the hammy. Pizza Tower's 2nd year anniversary. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Technically, she's right. If he died, he never believed in lawyers. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. What a wonderful country. Alan Brandis gifted a sub to Oswald. The Soup, thanks for a year. CDD, thanks for 20 bits. If she trips while doing the dance, does that mean the defense wins automatically? Correct. Rival Link, thanks for Soup. Take a look at this motherfucking updated seance report. Also, Oswald, thanks. Kind of funny that unlike Clavier, Nayuta actually treats Emma with respect and values her as an investigator. She doesn't like him very much from all indication, despite him being the kind of a treatment she always wanted for prosecutor. I mean, he treats her better. He doesn't treat her well. He still doesn't believe in discovery or the defense having any rights to anything in the courtroom. So that's why he treats her like crap. And she's just like, I don't think Emma did it. I don't think Trucy did it. I'm just doing my job here. But the prosecution's trying to like hold my hands back. So yeah. Adrian Andrews, she was good. Let's just say certain things right. But no, it's good to see. It's good to see a lot more Emma. For like when she showed up for the DS case, it just for Ace Attorney 1, it just seemed like, you know, we can't justify bringing Maya back. So here's this fun extra character, and she was fun, and she introduced a new mechanic. But I was just like, okay, I was not expecting to see her again, and if she did, it just being a cameo. But as like a recurring character, it's been fun to see her. She's a fun character. Okras, thanks for 73 months. She's Science Maya instead of Ghost Maya. CDD, thanks for 25 minutes. Your Honor, this guy's annoying. Let's throw him out and just get lunch. And the Brownie Elf, thanks for the Prime. Thank you. I am relieved that That's a Rebel was not just Larry in disguise. When he showed up and he was just like, hey, how's it going? And the music was just like this bouncy, uplifting. I was like, I genuinely was like, this could be Larry. This could be. I can't prove that it's not. The hair color was wrong, but there's ways to justify that. So... thank God. we dodged the bullet. God the Crow, thanks for 74 months. Popping in for a sec because I'm like 3 games behind, but it'll be a number of months. And it's indeed a message. Thank you so much. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. That's the story. Phoenix and Maya are dead. Good night. Yetagodi, thanks for 69 months. Thanks for Prime. Funny number. Also, Oswald, assuming we lose this trial, are they going to kill Phoenix and Maya, channel them, and then kill them again? That's something they could do. It's true. They're gonna double murder them for the double murder. And also, Smashman, thanks for the 83 bits. I couldn't take it anymore. I looked up the origin of the shocked monkey. It's from a Japanese children's TV show called Okiku Naro Ko, Growing Children. This guy right here, which first aired April 7, 1959, ran until March 18, 1988. The monkey is the main character, whose name is Kento. He's the best. What if I put him... What if I, there you go. What a case, am I right? Huh? It's really good. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thanks so much for hanging. and joining, and I'm gonna throw you all out here. I'll be back on Tuesday, and maybe I'll see you then. If not, have a good one. How y'all feel about rating Are We There Yet? Are we there yet? Maybe we are. Thanks for the bartender stream. We got so much good Maya Behind Bars content. Yayo. Yeah. Yeah, why don't we go any One Piece references you got, throw them over to Weeb. I'm sure he'll love it. He's playing God of War Ragnarok. So if you don't want to see any God of War Ragnarok, you can raid and bail. Raid and follow and then bail. How's that? There you go. Yeah. Yo ho ho. Took a bite of the gum gum. She has been contained. No, I want to throw One Piece references at Weeb. I know, really appreciate it. One Piece, you say? Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum. That's the message. Thanks. Have a good one. Have a good whatever you're doing. Maybe see you Tuesday for potentially a fun time with playing Game of Friends. And if that falls through, we'll just pick up more of this because we're not even done with case 3, and there's several other cases in this game. Maya channeling spirits like her name was Soul King. Is that a One Piece ref? I don't. Thank you. Anyway, I'm gonna set off the raid. Goodbye. Get that Brushel out of here. Goodbye. I want get that out of my chat. I don't want to look at Brushel. Get out of here. Right now. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I'm gonna go. See you later. I gotta go. This is me now. Goodbye. Get him out. Get him out of there.